Janice Burley Wilson, President and Chief Executive Officer of the August Wilson African American Cultural Center. It's a beautiful fall day in Pittsburgh, and normally we would be together at the August Wilson Center celebrating August Wilson Community Day, but unfortunately it's unsafe to do so. We'd like to thank our sponsors, UPMC and UPMC Health Plan, for making this virtual celebration, the August Wilson Community Day, possible. So please sit back, gather your families, and enjoy all of the fantastic activities that we have planned for you. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Pugliano. I'm the founder of Barrels to Beethoven. We're really happy to be here with all of you today. Even though we're not with you, we're with you in spirit, and we'll be with you in music. We're going to teach you a little bit about the steel pan and perform some music for you, and we're excited to do that today. So thank you for having us to the August Wilson Center. We're going to start with some excerpts from Beethoven compositions, Toccata and Fugue, and Ode to Joy.
Beethoven was founded 5 years ago to teach our community about the steel pan. Our organization is dedicated to preserving the history of the steel pan while developing a new generation of steel pan builders, players, and teachers. Over the last 5 years, Barrels to Beethoven has conducted hundreds of workshops, lectures, concerts, and community programs teaching thousands about the history, culture, and technique of the steel pan.
Initially, the growth of the instrument was suppressed through cultural, social, and political barriers, but the steel pan emerged from a grassroots concept to a respected global instrument. Now, people all over the world play and build the steel pan. Bells of Beethoven started as an exhibit to honor the work of local steel pan pioneer, Phil Solomon, my grandfather. Phil Solomon is originally from Guyana, South America. He began building the steel pan instruments at the age of 16. After moving to the United States, he opened the first steel pan manufacturing company right here in Pittsburgh. Solomon Steel Pan Company has made thousands of steel pan instruments for people all over the world.
The next song we're going to do is a famous black spiritual that many bands love to play. It's called When the Saints Go Marching In. We added that ending. We like it. It's fun. Cece?
The steel pan is a handmade instrument. Steel pan builders, like my grandfather, are very skilled artists. The steel pan is a family of instruments with sections ranging from tenor to bass. Each instrument plays a different part, just like any orchestra or band. We have 4 instrument ranges with us today. Each instrument in the steel pan family has all the musical notes, sharps, and flats, and carries a range of 2.5 octaves.
Our next song is another one of our favorites, entitled Watermelon Man. So the next song we're going to play for you all is a song that we started learning while we were in quarantine. We're all still in quarantine in my household, but it's a song that reminded us of what we couldn't do, and it's a Beatles tune entitled I Want to Hold Your Hand, But I Can't. 6 feet. We got to clap for ourselves for that one. That was great. Oh, man, that's my new favorite song to play. Okay. So one thing that you'll notice about steel bands all over the world is that we basically play the songs that we love to play. Any steel band you'll find, and you'll ask them about their set list, and it usually has to do with what they listen to on the radio or what they grew up listening to, because the steel pan is such a versatile instrument. The next song we're going to play is another one of my favorites, entitled We Will Rock You. We John on drums. He always holds us together. Thank you so much for always keeping us together. I started Barrels to Beethoven about 5 years ago, but I've been playing the steel pan most of my life. I started the organization because I wanted to make sure that I found a way to honor my father, Phil Solomon. I wanted to ensure that my girls had a place to play and perform, and I wanted to teach people all over the world about the steel pan and preserve its history. And so we've done a lot of things over the last few years. We've taught thousands, we've hosted programs in schools, we've hosted workshops, we've taught many, many people to play music that have never played music before, and we're really proud of that work. The next song we're gonna do is with my daughter and I, Sophia, entitled Somewhere Over the Rainbow. I love performing with you girls, by the way. Great job, Sophia. Okay, Cece, Stella, come on back. We hope you all enjoyed having us today. We hope you enjoyed the performance and learning more about the steel pan. If you'd like to host a program or a workshop when the pandemic is over, please reach out to me. We're doing virtual lessons at home, so if you have a young person at home that would like to learn how to play the steel pan, you can reach out to us for that, and we'll lend you a pan and teach you online. I'd like to introduce the players today. We have Sophia Pugliano on the lead tenor pan. Yay, that's the audience clapping. I can hear them. We have Cece Pugliano on the double tenor steel pan. Woo! We have Stella Pugliano on the bass. Go Stella. We have John Lightfoot on the drums. Thank you so much, John, for performing with us and teaching with me always. And I'm Lee Salmon Pugliano. We're going to end it with Hey Jude, which is another one of our favorites. And we'll just keep playing until we disappear from your screens. Let's just do that. Thanks, everybody.
You're live.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at this wonderful community day. My name is India Herndon, and I am the Engagement and Inclusion Consultant for UPMC, the Center for Engagement and Inclusion. And it's my pleasure to be a part of your community day today to celebrate and, really just have a great time with the August Wilson Center. And I'm truly looking forward to our new discussion today with our featured guest, Dr. Camille Clark-Smith. She is the President and Executive Director of Thaw Incorporated. So good morning, Camille.
Good morning, India, and thanks for having me here today. I can't wait to talk about Thaw.
It's a pleasure to be with you today. So let's get started with a few questions. For those tuning in, I'd really like them to learn just a little bit more about your organization, Thaw. So firstly, can you tell us exactly what Thaw stands for?
Sure. Thaw actually stands for two things. The first is the acronym Transforming the Health of African American Women. The second is the definition of thaw, which means becoming warm enough to stop feeling numb. If you'll give me a moment to just describe that a little bit more, it would give a better description of what our program is about. When the idea of thaw came about, I was a health activist fellow in the Jewish Health Foundation SOC Fellowship, and I had to figure out what my call to action was going to be. I was also trying to figure out my problem of practice in my doctoral program at the University of Pittsburgh. And I knew I wanted to write about stress and the impact on obesity, but that was too broad. And then I knew I wanted to work on women, stress, and obesity, but that was still a little bit too broad. So I knew about my own experience. So I said, why not talk about the Black perspective, and utilize this. And so in talking about it and trying to figure it out, that's how I came about the description of this new this definition of thaw. Not sure why, but then I started to research the history of racism, the history of slavery, and the intersection of racism and sexism, and where it has pretty much placed African American women. I started thinking about the psychological, the physiological, and the generational impact of dealing with the atrocities of times that African American women had to live with due to the social justices in this nation. I started thinking about the inability, knowing what I knew about cortisol, the fight or flight system, how it was a natural response, but we weren't able to fight because if we fought, we will die. If we flee, we died. And how do we handle that? How does that impact generations after generations? I started thinking about the soul food, how the soul food came about. It was the scraps of our masters. We started to fry it to give us energy just to work 18-hour days in the field. Our husbands could not take care of, we saw them being emasculated. They could not provide, protect, or learn to be strong. And as a mother, I can only imagine being a mother in that time, teaching my daughter the same thing because I don't want to deal with the emotional stress of it all. So I become numb to everything. I start to internalize my pain. There's no freedom to release that numbness. And you give me the opportunity. When I think about numb, I think about an ice cube and warming that ice cube so it melts. And when thaw is that support program to really warm the souls of our people so we can melt and truly feel the impacts of this social injustice in this world. Another thing, when I think about numbness and thaw, I think about the muscle. I've been a personal trainer for the last 15 years of my life. And one of the things you do with the muscles, you put it under stress, you create this resistance, you actually create micro tears, and the pain that you feel afterwards is the healing process. If it heals correctly, it grows stronger, it improves, it thrives, it gets better. But now with this injury, if you overtrain, if you tear into it, it's now a traumatic experience, right? And that trauma, if gone unhealed, turns into atrophy, and it becomes hardened, restricted, and it causes pain. And now you need medication to numb that feeling. So when I think about the African American woman and the social injustice, I think about for so long we have numbed. And right now is a time that we're allowed to feel. And I think right now is a time that thaw gets to come out. And that is pretty much what thaw is all about. So.
Camille, that is an absolutely beautiful statement. I really love what you're talking about in comparing African American women and this experience that everyone has had with muscles and tearing and healing. I think that that's so powerful. Thank you for telling us about that. And before I continue with any other questions, I want to make it known to those tuning in today that we will be actually taking some questions from the audience. So if you'd like to hear anything specifically from Dr. Camille that we we aren't covering quite yet, please be sure to write in some questions and we'll be able to answer some of those for you. So to learn just like a little bit more about your organization, can you provide just a brief summary of what exactly it is that THAW does in the community and what do you do specifically?
So THAW develops culturally specific evidence-based interventions to help African-American thaw through their scars so that they can improve their quality. Our mission is to improve the quality and health and life of the African-American women and the communities they live in. We believe in the mind, body, and spirit connection. We look through the lives of African-American women through the sociological theory and we focus on the social determinants of health to break down those barriers that prevents them from moving forward or prevents them from adhering to preventative health initiatives. So this year we launched a survey initiative, and that's just to get an idea of the perception of the people within the community of Lincoln Leamington. So for the next 5 years, we've decided that we're going to focus on the Lincoln Leamington community, use this and utilize this community to build our framework and how we deal with healing and how we actually improve the health of the community as well through the lens of the African American woman in that community. So then we also have culturally specific programs that we're going to develop from this. We launched in 2018, our first project was a Lincoln Leamington Community Walk, and that was just an engagement project because we can't understand unless we engage. So we wanted to engage as well as share the importance of physical and nutritional health. So we start off with a 2-mile walk. We engaged with the state representative, Ed Gainey. We also had who I call my big brother, Jake Wheatley, who also attended. We had the police force, we had the fire department, we had the residents. We had over 500 people attend the second year. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we had to cancel for this year, but we actually still pivoted and still did some engagement. Like we fed over 800 families every week for 16 weeks, giving them fresh produce because we wanted to make sure they had healthy foods during this time because we knew that the COVID-19 was impacting our community more. And we wanted to make sure that everyone in our community was healthy. We also provided masks and gloves for those who might not have access or had the means, because at the beginning of this, we couldn't find masks and gloves. So we had a lot of people who came together and made masks for us, and we distributed over 2,400 masks in 6 weeks. We also fed the community hot dogs. So this is what we do. We engage with community, we give them what they need, we support them. And we have other culturally specific programs like we have Rise, Reading to Inspire Sisters to Elevate, which is a book club where we get together as women, we share at the beginning of the year, we do a vision board party. And from the vision board, we come up with the common themes and we create goals for that year. And then throughout the year, we continue reading books that can basically push us to meet those goals. I'm happy to say that for the last 3 years, we have about 80% of reaching our goals. The Women of Goals. It's a small community, but it's that engagement, it's that support, it's that sharing of that experience that we want so that we can empower everyone to make their own decisions. So those are just a couple of our programs, and we do have a lot more. And we're working on like financial literacy, educational programs, career development, and real estate development for the Lincoln Leamington community. So we have a lot of projects coming up. So.
You really do. I mean, it seems like you're doing so much out in the community, and it's definitely well needed, especially with, as you said, COVID. There's so many more people in need that didn't necessarily expect to be in that position. So, it's really wonderful to hear that there's programs out there like this that can support the community as needed. Now, Camille, I'd love to learn just a little bit more about you. So what exactly kickstarted your motivation towards having programs like this, towards addressing health disparities with African-American women specifically?
Wow, that's a very loaded question, and I'll try and keep it short. I'm a very spiritual person. I believe we all have a purpose, meaning, and a destiny in our life, and I believe health is my ministry. Actually, Ed Gainey, State Rep Ed Gainey is the person who said, health is your ministry. And I was like, health is my ministry. So it's a seed that was planted in me, I believe, from birth. And my life experiences just started watering that plant, and it just grew. So I've dealt with sexual and mental abuse. I've dealt with feeling inferior, feeling like I don't belong, trying to fit into a community, and knowing how that impacts my own self-esteem and probably drives a little bit of my negative health behaviors that I have. Overworking, over busy, not getting enough sleep. I've had cancer. And I believe that the way that I dealt with my life and overeating and eating sugar actually increased that cancer. I'm a cancer survivor. I was obese. I used to be 285 pounds. And then I turned into physical activity, became my next addiction, which could be a good addiction, but that too led to an injury, right? Overworking. And so, just learning to balance. And I realized, in the midst of all that, I developed Camille's Fitness, where I got to meet with clients, and I wanted other people to basically feel the way that I felt as soon as I started to control my life and create more balance. But I'm not perfect. I still have those vices, and I always tell people we have those vices, but creating that balance is the important thing, right? What do you need to support you? Because life does make you who you are. So it was a journey. The next thing is, so the health disparities for African American women. I realized there wasn't a lot of women who looked like me in the gym. I had 95% Caucasian as clients, and I saw the health disparities, and I felt like I'm not doing my people justice. If I was able to move forward with my own health, I need to go back and help my own people. At the time, I met my husband, Pastor Michael Smith, who's the founding pastor of Destiny International Ministries, which is located in a predominantly African American community, Lincoln Leamington, which is one of the reasons why we chose Lincoln Leamington as an area, because we already had that trusted relationship. And also he's a Black liberation theologist. So he teaches the Bible from the Black perspective, basically teaching us not to feel inferior, but to empower us to feel that we also get to have the promises of God, and we too can fulfill and be amazing people in our own community. So that drove me into, let me go ahead and build Thaw. Let me go ahead and help the people. But I learned very quickly that just because that was my intent doesn't mean a lot of people are going to come and actually, participate. So yeah, so that's how I started. And, the more I talked to more African American women, I realized that my journey was not unique. It actually was a journey of a lot of women in general, and a lot of, mainly African American with the sexual abuse, self-esteem, not feeling like they're fitting in because there was nothing that they can look to. Nowadays we have, we have movies like Survivor. We have how to Get Away with Murder. We have Kelly, all these different movies that now are inspired as Hidden Figures that came out that I'm really excited about, and I look forward to. And I think this will be the kind of change that we need to decrease the health disparity, especially now as racial and social justice is a topic. And I'm hoping we can move forward. And I'm happy to be a part of that, because sometimes the people who are in charge necessarily aren't the one who's been in the community. So we tend to make programs that are ineffective and enabling instead of empowerment. So this is a time for Thaw, and I'm really excited to come out, and I'm really, once again, excited to be here to tell the world about who we are and what we're doing.
Camille, your story is so incredibly powerful, and I'm just kind of blown away by all of the different things that you've gone through and how you've kind of turned all of these negative situations into something really positive and beautiful, and not just for yourself, but for the community around you. And I commend you. I think that that's amazing. I look forward to learning a little bit more about your fitness, organization and everything like that. That sounds fantastic. And, you're right. I think that there's a lot of, places that do cater towards women, but African American women don't always have that safe space with people who look like them to really kind of tackle some of these huge health disparities that they're going through. So thank you for being part of the solution. I think that that's amazing.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit earlier about those connections throughout the community and how you really can't make progress within the community without having those connections and without really trying to bring people together in that way. So can you tell me, how did you go about building some of those community relationships so that you could really know that you were able to make a difference in the community?
First, I always tell people go into the community. I have the opportunity to be in a lot of different committees, the UPMC, Health Disparity Committee, and Health Literacy. And one of the things I said, you have to get culturally specific. And the only way we can do that is by going into the community, talking and listening first, and learning from the community, understanding their needs and their perceptions of their needs. But how do you get that community, like you said, right? Those trusted relationships. For me, I was lucky. So when I started, I was lucky to have met my husband, like I said, and his church is in a predominantly African-American community. And he had some relationships within the people in the community. So I was able to leverage the faith-based organization that he had and to basically get in the door. So one of the things I learned that I was excited about trying to change the health of the people. I was excited about having these relationships, but it was a failure because I didn't initially go in there to listen and learn. I went in there trying to fix something. And even though it was a positive intent and a good intent because I wanted to fix, who am I to say that they needed to be fixed if I didn't even know what they considered, what they need, they didn't even know what I needed to fix. I didn't know anything about their life. I just knew that the health outcomes were not looking good for that community. But why? I might say that they need to be more active, but there's reasons why they're not active. They don't have access. They're fatigued from the daily bustles of life. They're tired. They're emotionally eating when they get home. They're dealing with their kids in the street. There's so much going on in these kind of communities that it makes it so difficult to adhere to any preventative health mechanism. So that was one thing. So also I leveraged the relationship that I had through my big brother, Jake Wheatley, and my husband had, which through Ed Gainey. I utilized their relationships that they had fighting for justice and equality when they're in a community, and I invited them to some of our programs. And I tried to foster, and I used that relationship to continue building more relationships as we move forward. I believe in partnerships. I believe in collaboration. We all don't have the answers. One organization does not have the answer. It's a multifactorial problem. And if we all come together and really, really try to create equity rather than equality, we can really push through change of health disparities across all race and ethnicity.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that that's sometimes a roadblock that a lot of us run into who are trying to make differences in the community. You kind of go in trying to tackle the problem before knowing the people that are experiencing the problem. And it's really powerful that you kind of took a moment, took a breath, realized that what you were doing initially just wasn't working, and then you took a moment to figure out why. So I think that we can all learn a great lesson from that. Knowing the people before the problem is absolutely key. Now, I know that we're all kind of, it's a rough time, Camille. We're all kind of going through a lot. There's COVID that is just kind of looming over us. We have to always keep that in mind. And now summer is officially at an end. It's painful for me to say, I personally am a summer girl, but the seasons are changing. It's getting cooler. People are going to have to be back inside and unable to see their friends and loved ones as often. And, I wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit about how, with all of these changes going on and it getting cooler, how can we stay happy and healthy and active and avoid symptoms of seasonal affective disorder? That's going to be starting to kick in for a lot of people. The days are getting shorter and it's getting darker.
Yeah. Well, I'm struggling with this myself, right? The resiliency of like not having the reprieve of going outside, having to do what I want to do. But when I think about seasonal affective disorder, I think about a deficiency in vitamin D, right? We're about to get colder, the light is about to go down. So the first thing I always tell people, make sure you increase your vitamin D or get a light therapy. You need some light on your life. But the lack of vitamin D has been shown to increase depression. So there's something to that. So that's why I would say seasonal affective disorder, vitamin D. Also within our community, in our world, right, we went through the low fat craze, right? So vitamin D is only absorbable through fat. So a lot of the low fat diets has led a lot of us to be vitamin D deficient. So we're talking about change in seasons. Now we're even more vitamin D deficient. With COVID, adds more of a risk. We have to social distance, we're quarantining, not to mention, like I said, we have not had any reprieve. We're dealing with a social justice issue. George Floyd came about, the election, not sure where we're going, the vaccine, the flu coming about. We don't know what the future, and that causes stress. And stress basically decreases our immune function. So you have to stay physically active. As studies have shown that physical activity has been shown to blunt the effects of stress and also improve immune function. So I'll tell people, get active. Do what you can to stay active. Try and read something positive, right? Turn the TV off. I wrote a post yesterday, turn the TV off, stop. Don't watch no more election, take a breathe, do something fun, call up your friend, dance in the room, do something, because right now it's a time, with the seasons change in COVID-19, mental health is so important. If we're impacted mentally, our emotional health is impacted, we need to find some balance, and physical health can actually balance that out a little bit more. Find that social that you need. We have more Zoom meetings, we have virtual classes. Do something that is fun and active in this time, just to blunt stress.
Absolutely. And, I know that you talked about, physical activity and really staying active in that way. Mental health is also so important, just to stay stimulated and everything like that. So do you have any tips and suggestions as to how people can kind of stay in touch with their friends and their family, their loved ones, and stay connected and engaged while we're kind of going back inside and socially distancing and things like that?
I would say get on Zoom. Zoom has been my lifesaver. I think I've connected with more of my family during the pandemic than I've ever done, because I got logged into Zoom. And Zoom, you can access on your phone. You can do it on your desktop. Some people are not technology savvy, so go back to the old school. Got to pick up your phone. We need that connection. We just need that connection. If anything, Go to church, try and find somewhere where there's limited access. There are some places where you just wear your mask. Wear your mask. If you're going to go outside and you want to socialize, one of my clients actually told me the other day, who was used to socializing, going to drink coffee or eating, she's now doing walking dates. And I thought, oh, great, you're walking instead. So, you know, just get up. I can't emphasize that enough. We have to stay social, but we do have access to Zoom, and Zoom does have free basic packages. Like you can use your phone. If you have an iPhone has FaceTime, so you can still get that one touch. All Samsung phones have some form of, you can do a video chat. And like I said, just pick up the phone and call a friend.
Absolutely. And, you know, I know that you are big on fitness and health and all of those different things. Now, a lot of people think, well, it's getting cold. I would have gone for a walk or a run or, you know, a hike or something like that. But now I'm locked inside. So I guess now I'm not going to be as active as before. Do you have any suggestions as to any exercises or fun things that people can do inside that can keep them healthy and happy?
There's so many free virtual classes. Maybe pull up a Zoom, go on Facebook, find some of these virtual classes. Comcast has on-demand classes that has fitness classes. Try to utilize that. You can use that. You can use the stairs in your house. If you have stairs, I tell people to do step-ups, do lunges. If you have knee issues, it's probably a good thing anyway to do some physical therapy anyway to build your glutes and hamstrings. Find a video online. Check into one of my classes. I do Fit for God yoga in the morning. So if you wanted to do a virtual class, we do have that available. And I always said, even if it's cold outside, our forefathers went outside. So if you want, you can go outside, walk your neighborhood in the morning, bundle on up. Plus studies have shown when you're cold and frigid, you burn more calories. You need the blood to flow. So try to go outside. Maybe if you just sit outside and just shiver a little bit, you might be able to just still burn calories and stay healthy.
I like what you said about our forefathers. They were outside in the cold. We can do it too. Put on a big puffy coat and let's do it.
Right, yes.
Right. Now, Camille, I did want to talk a little bit about what's happening with Thaw now. I hear that you have a couple of events coming up. I think that we might have a flyer that we can share on screen if that's possible. But while that's coming up, can you tell us just a little bit about what's going on in the Thaw community?
Yeah, we actually have one of our signature events that we started last year called the Art of Jazz, the African American Woman Experience. And we're going virtual. I'm excited about it. It's starting to look good. I'm excited and nervous because we're a very small organization, and trying to do something virtual takes a lot of work if you want the experience to be fantastic. And I'm all about experience. So last year, when we started the Art of Jazz, it actually came up because I was talking to one of our congregation members. She was dealing with the infidelity of her husband, leaving her family business, and used art and dealing with an addiction. And she was using art as a therapy. And I wanted to know, I love African American women and I love healing, right? I wanted to see how can I continue to push her forward. Right after this meeting, I went to the in Hotel Indigo in the Wallace Tap Room, and I saw the ambiance. It was beautiful. I was just at a jazz event, and I thought, why not put art and jazz? That's a Black cultural experience, and get local artists who can now show their art, who they've never been able to show their art, but let it depict the African American woman. So we came up with the Art of Jazz, the African American Experience, and it was a total hit. And it wasn't a fundraiser. It was just really an opportunity for people to know who we are, to bring awareness of what Thaw was doing, and just to show a great experience. And we get to do that this year. So like I said, we're going virtual. It's free admission. So if you want, you can go to thaw.inc, thawinc.org, and you can see more about our Art of Jazz. We had VIP packages, and like I said, I love creating a great experience. The VIP packages came with a bottle of wine by Black Girl Magic, trying to support Black-owned women businesses, as well as 2 Thaw glasses, an art piece by one of our artists, Douglas J. Webster, who was actually our featured artist last year and won the 3 Rivers Artist of the Year in 2020. So he's coming back this year. And also you get a program booklet, which was a beautiful booklet that tells you more about our artists. The artists that participate either have to, and actually one of our artists is actually going to be on today. Natik Jalil is actually one of our artists. I'm really excited. And he will be doing yes, and he's going to do a live demo to some of the live jazz music that we're going to have. That's by Tempo Noir with Dennis Garner, and we have spoken word artist. Spoken word art. I can't remember. She's going to kill me that I can't remember her name right now. But we have a great spoken word artist, Spirit Led. I only know her by her stage name, which is Spirit Led. And it's gonna be amazing. I'm really excited about that. And I'm hoping everybody can tune in to see these beautiful artworks and purchase art. People can also purchase the art pieces. So it's an opportunity for artists to also showcase, but also sell their art to increase their economic value. So I'm really excited about that. And the next thing, we have videos by actually African-American women talking about their experience as African-Americans in America. So it's gonna be a strong show. I'm really excited about it. So we also have coming up next week a trunk or treat. So we partnered with the Corvette Club, and my husband recently sold our ministry, the building that our ministry was in, which was a former Leamington Elementary School, to Catalyst Academy. So we're partnering with Corvette Club and Catalyst Academy. And though I don't agree with giving kids candy and we don't celebrate Halloween, we knew that we were going back into cold and we wanted something for the kids to do. So while they're there, they're going to be able to go to each Corvette and can pick up candy, but not their own candy. We have social distancing. Only the owners of the car can actually distribute the candy. But while they're there, they're going to get free masks. They're going to get STEM activities that Catalyst has put together. They're going to get resources of virtual education that they can utilize. And we're talking about putting toothbrushes so they can brush their teeth after eating all that candy. So it's going to be a great, we have a lot of great things coming up. So
that sounds like so much fun. I'm so glad that you've got these activities going on, something fun for the kids. I know, as we said, it's about to get a little bit cooler, but it'll be something fun for those kids right before it does. And I'm so excited to learn about this other program that you've got going on. I already mentioned I love Natik's artwork. I actually have a piece of his on my wall, so glad always to see anything that he's involved with. And yeah, this sounds absolutely fantastic. So looking forward to hearing more about that. Now, to go back to Thaw a little bit, Camille, I do want to mention that you've got all of these wonderful things going on, and people listening in today might be wondering what they can do to support you and what they can do to support your organization. So is there anything in particular that individuals can do to help you?
Like us on Facebook. Share our videos. Some of the things we've done is Transformation Saturday Talk, where women can come in and call. We have 2 licensed therapists who facilitate that. Share that opportunity. There are women out there who don't know exists, and the more you share it with your friends, the more we can basically impact more women. Also, financial contribution. We're a nonprofit organization. We try not to charge for any of our services. A lot of our funding comes from people like UPMC Health Plan, UPMC Centers for Engagement and Inclusion, as well as local donations from individuals. So you can go on thawinc.org, and we do have a donation button. So please feel free to give some kind of contribution. It's the only way our programs continue moving forward.
Fantastic. And, is there anything in particular that your organization needs to move forward to really take its mission to the next level?
I would say funding, time, and partnerships. Like I said, we're a nonprofit or local grassroots organization. We can always use funding. We need time to build relationships. A lot of times when you get funding, you have a 1 year, or you have to show change immediately, but we believe in engaging and understanding our community. And that engagement and that building that trusted relationship takes time, right? Because the trust is something that they've been broken so many times. Systems, the healthcare system, the government system has disappointed, and even the faith-based system has disappointed some of our people. So to build that trust again takes time. Also, we need partnerships. We don't have all the answers. Like I said earlier, to really work on the issues within our world, we need to come together as a community, a bigger community, and really impact change and equity. Equity is so important. Equality is something that I don't attain for. I came for equity, because equity means we give the right amount, we understand the gaps, and we try to fill those gaps just so everybody can be on the same playing field and they can move forward. So that's what we need. So if organizations are out there, we'd love to work with you on anything. We work with like I said, the Corvette Club, Catalyst. We've done work with Jada Cheryl, we've done work there, and also Serenity Transitional Living. We've done work. We have a lot of amazing board members on our board who's brought other partnerships with us. So we really believe in partnerships, and we really believe in working together for the bigger good.
Fantastic. So anyone listening out there, if you're interested in partnering with Thaw, it's always wonderful to make those connections. So we definitely want to, definitely let you know about what's going on there. And, I know that we have a couple moments left. So if anyone has a question that they would like to ask Camille, please be sure to write that in the chat. But, while we're waiting to see if anything comes through, Camille, is there anything else that you'd like to let people know about Thaw or yourself that we haven't already covered?
Thaw, what else can I tell about Thaw? Not just, we're just in the community. Come out, say hi if you see us there. We're trying to just continue to do the work that we're trying to do. It's a lot of work. Like I said, our board is a working board. So a lot of our board members actually participate. Like I said, 2 of our board members are licensed therapists. They facilitate every Saturday, give up their 11 o'clock just to basically be there for women who want to have a conversation about what's going on in their life. We have other programs, like if you want to join our Rise, Reading to Inspire Sisters to Elevate. Like I said, we're about to launch Fit for God Yoga, which is a multitude of journaling, as well as using gospel music to transition, but it's really a connection. Yoga means yoke and uniting. So we want to unite our body, mind, and spirit, because we understand that life can truly create a disconnect to where you don't even know what your purpose and meaning in life is anymore. So when you do these kind of things, so just participate. Like us on Facebook. That's pretty much it. And I would give my husband a big pop, Destiny International Ministries, because if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I'd be. He has definitely done so much for me, and his word is really strong. So just pumping him up a little bit.
Excellent. Well, Camille, thank you so much for being with us today. It's been amazing to learn about you, about your organization, Thaw Incorporated. And if you're interested in learning more, please look up Thaw. They are a fantastic organization. It's been truly my honor to speak with you today, Camille. And thank you everyone for listening. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care.
Thanks, India. Thanks, everyone.
I started something. I got what I wanted. Didn't I? Can't feel nothing. Super. Even when I'm Viagra, popping every single record. Auto tuning, zero emotion, muted emotion, pitch corrected, computed emotion. I blame it on a model bra with a Hollywood smile. Ow, stripper booty in a rack like wow. Brain like Berkeley, met her at Coachella. I went to see Jigga, she went to CC Trip. Perfect. I took a seat on the ice cold lawn. She handed me an ice blue, whatever. She said she wanna be a dentist really bad. She's in school paying for tuition, doing porn in the valley. At least you're working, but girl, I can't feel my face. What are we smoking anyway? She said don't let the high go to waste. Taste, little taste.
You're live.
Hey, everybody, I'm Natik Jalil, and I want to thank you for joining me in the studio today. There's a lot of exciting things going on right now. For those who don't know, I am a visual artist who specializes in watercolors, acrylics, and oils. And I do a lot of work, of course, of people, as you can see here. I love, doing, adding in flowers and symbols and things of that nature to bring about, just visually beautiful works of, in particular, people of color, but I paint like, a little bit of everybody. A lot of my work is social justice based. I like to work with people that are disadvantaged, and so I feel like art is a way to connect and to bring some light to those who are struggling, and so whenever possible, I like to work in that realm. So today in the studio, we are working on some paintings for upcoming events. And as you can see here in the background, this right here is a painting that is going to be featured next week, as I am going to be live painting for the Art of Jazz. And that's going to be online. It's going to be like featuring Zoom. So for those that want to kind of see how everything comes together, that will be a good chance to do so. I always have a blast when I'm live painting for events. It's going to be lots of jazz, lots of good music. these pieces here that I am working on, I don't know if you can see this, but these are two of the pieces that are going to be on display coming up soon over at 11 Stanwood Street. And this is kind of a homage to my mentor who passed. He taught me a lot. He taught me a specific style of art using very intricate layering, and I'm going to be using that style. He worked in oil and in acrylics, and he never got to really see his style in watercolor. So this is going to be an attempt to show him what his style would look like in watercolor. Let's see. Also, coming up, I will be doing a solo show on December 12th. That will be over at a new gallery that's opened up on the West End. It's called the Thought Roberts Gallery. And the show is called Methodology. The show is free to everybody, and I'll be posting up information about that starting soon. It's also an all-new body of work featuring things like this here. If you can see this. So, as you can see, I've been very, very busy in the studio. And so it's been a lot of fun. I also have a body of work that I'm working on for the Black House Gallery coming up. The date for that is to be announced, but I will definitely keep everyone informed. And so those are the things, besides a couple of murals that are going to be going on. I'll be working in the Black Lives Matter mural that's downtown by the riverfront. And so those are some of the things that are coming up. And I hope to see as many of you as possible there. And so I wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit about what inspires my work too. Like, I know that everyone kind of sees, like my finished work and everything, and it's, it can be a little bit complex, when you see the finished product, but in actuality, what it is a lot of building up simple shapes and just layering them on top of each other. And so what I'm about to show you actually is a piece for my upcoming methodology show that is in the beginning stages. And let's see if you can see this here. I'm gonna move this a little bit more into the screen here. So this right here is is one of the works that is going to be on display in the very, very, very beginning stages. It's simple brush strokes, barely any color, just a very, very light sketch, and it starts like this in the beginning, and I use a layering technique that's, it takes a while, but the results I really like. And so what I do is I start to build up layers of shapes. Like, for instance, I probably shouldn't do this early, but just to show you guys kind of what I do. I don't, even when I'm doing watercolors, I don't just use watercolor. I use a lot of different things, and so I guess a lot of my work is actually mixed media. And so I have this orange that I want to break up, and so I'll often just go in and put a simple shape in there on top of this, and then repeat it. And then that way I add complexity to it, but it's like the individual layers themselves don't take a super long time. It's just waiting for them to dry in between. It can be you have to be really, really patient. And so I often work on multiple pieces at a time. So while this one is drying, I'll be working on this one on the wall here, or one of the other pieces. Like this right here is one of the ones that's a little bit closer to completion. And so you can see how the layering has been working, like all of these different things, all of the layers of color and stuff that happen here. It just kind of happens over time. I like to keep it loose. I like to be able to spontaneously add something, towards the end that add a little bit of excitement to it, because that's how life is. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what the finished product is going to look like. You just kind of evolve it. And so it's always a lot of fun. And the best part is when I get to show it to you guys. That's honestly what I truly am aiming for, is to show you guys the finished product, and to see your faces and to interact with you guys and start these conversations about the what led to the subject matter and everything. For instance, this right here is going to be a piece that reflects on, even in the midst of all of the adversity and everything that we often go through, we find those peaceful moments. And so, a lot of my work is Afrofuturism, and like Alicia Wormsley said, there are Black people in the future, and I try to portray the way that I want to see us in the future. And so I want us to have more of these peaceful moments, these Zen-like moments where we're not in fear, where we are thriving. And so that's what this is going to portray. A lot of the work for this upcoming event is going to be of people smiling, because I want us to be smiling in the future. And so I'm really looking forward to showing you guys my vision for us as people. And so this is, I want to thank everyone who has taken this journey with me, the people that have, either commissioned work from me or bought my work. It really goes a long way. My wife and I, we don't know what we would do without you guys. It's truly amazing to get to work with a lot of you and to see your smiling faces when you receive final products after sometimes months or even a year or so of work being put into projects. It's really amazing to interact with you all, and to, for those who buy prints, it's really amazing to see the work on your walls when you get it framed and you send me pictures. That's just like one of the best feelings ever, is to see what you do with the art. And so I guess I look forward to continuing the work with you. I look forward to being challenged by, just future events and future projects. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be, I'm going to be working a lot bigger. Like one of the shows that I'm going to be doing is going to have 8-foot pieces, and so it's going to be work on a whole different skill than what a lot of you have seen me do. And so we are trying to navigate through, this COVID thing, and so a lot of us have had to transition into a whole different type of lifestyle, and it's been different. It's been difficult for a lot of us, and so we've migrated onto the internet more, and so I guess that kind of segues into where you can find my work on the internet, and that is, you can go to my website, which is artofnatiq.com, and my name is Natiq, and so I have prints and original paintings available. You can also you can see like upcoming events, and you can see articles that have been done. articles that have been written about my work and everything. And so that's, always there. And yeah, and if you're a person who does events or appreciates art and you want to have me involved, please feel free to contact me. You can reach me by email at natik@artsofnatik.com. And so I look forward to working with those of us who haven't worked together. I look forward to working with those of us who have worked in the past again. And so, yeah, everything's actually really exciting right now, and every day is kind of fresh and new. I'm feeling pretty inspired these days, and so I can't wait to show you the fruit of that, that inspiration. And so, in conclusion, once again, thank you so much for all of the support and for supporting your other friendly neighborhood artists. We truly, truly, truly appreciate it, and we look forward to doing so much more with you in the future. Once again, I'm Natik Jalil with The Art of Natik, and thank you for visiting me in the studio. You guys are amazing.
Hey, I hope that everybody is enjoying August Wilson Center Community Day. My name is Roland Ford, and I'm honored to be able to share a little bit of our Dance and Be Fit program with you. So we have dance and exercise routines that anybody and everybody can do, young, old, uh, no matter what your ability level is. And we're actually going to start out in a chair, okay? So you want to have a chair, and you want to do this right along with me, all right? We're going to do what we call a warm-up to kind of get us loosened up and flexible, all right? And we're going to do this in a chair. And follow along. You can do this. Anybody can do it. Everybody can do it. Just give it a try. We do this with all ages and all abilities. Turn your head side to side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Head up and down. Up and down and up and head side to side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Head up and down. Up and down and up and roll your shoulders back. 1, 2. Does not feel good? 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll it back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll forward up. Almost like you're on a boat. You can do it. 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One shoulder at a time. Going back. 2. Get jiggy with it, little bounce. 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Single shoulder forward up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3. Looking good. 5, 6. Hands out front and push. Pull out and up, down. Here we go and push. Pull out and up, down. You can do it. Push. Pull out and up, down. And push. Pull out and up, down. Let's jump in a while and swim. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and swim. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Backstroke. All right, we got this beautiful music with healing tones from our friend Achilles. And 1, 2, 3, 4, Breaststroke is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Pull away the bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, let's try a little bit of footwork. Up, back, out, in. Up, back, out, in. Up, back. Other foot goes up, back, out, in, up, back. Right foot goes up, back, out, in, up, back. Left foot goes up, back, out, in, up, back. Up and back, double time. Up and back and out and in. Double up and back, out and in, up and back. Double right, up and back and out and in, up and back. Double left, go up and back. Just do the best you can. All right, single, up, back, out, in. Up, back, out, in, up, back. Other foot goes up, back, out, in, up, back. Looking good. Right foot up, back, out, in, up, back. Left foot goes up, back, out, in, up, back. Run and play slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bonus points if you can smile and look cool while you're doing it. Slow running backward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back. 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh, gotta hurry up now and catch the bus. Here we go. 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh, we ran past it fast backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Slow it down again. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just a few more yards and we'll make it to the finish line. And we made it. All right, good job on the Dance and Be Fit warm up. Hey, I hope that everybody is enjoying August Wilson Center Community Day. Unfortunately, we can't do this in person, but we can do it virtually, right? My name is Roland Ford, and we're privileged to share a little bit of our Dance and Be Fit, dance and exercise routines, something that anybody and everybody can do because we all need to be physically active. That, along with healthier food choices, gives us a healthy lifestyle, boost our immune system, and will help us in many, many ways. So we're going to share something with you that we're going to do standing. You can do it in a chair if you need to. All you have to do is just follow along, okay? All right, let's try this to continue getting warmed up here. All right, this is music from our friend, Dr. Melvin Steels. All right, he's from right outside of Pittsburgh. He and his brother have written over 100 songs, including a song that was a hit for the Spinners back in the day, Could Have Been Falling in Love. 5, 6, and here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In front, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 circles right, 2 circles left. 1 right, 1 left. 4 count. Double right, double left. Single, single. 4 count. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kick back. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see ya. 2, 3, 4. Left and front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's slide. Slide up towards me. Slide. Slide back. Can I get a smile? Slide. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kick back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Knees in front. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In front. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And up. 2, 3, 4, 5. One more time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In front. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And up. 2, 3, 4. All right, good job, good job. That gets our heart rate up a little bit, gets the blood pumping, gets the oxygen flowing. All right, let's dance and be fit. Hope you like that. All right, all right. Welcome to August Wilson Center Community Day. I hope you're enjoying everything so far. My name is Roland Ford, and we are honored to be able to share a little bit of our Dance and Be Fit program with you today. And we try to create dances and exercises that anybody and everybody can do, right? So it's not a performance, it's something for us to do together. And I'm really excited to share a signature dance that we created just for this occasion. It's called the August Wilson Center Community Day Move On Up Line Dance, okay? We want to move on up because even though we're in a very challenging time, if we do as much as we can with what we have, as long as we can, we still have the opportunity to move on up. So we're going to walk you through the steps before we play the music so that you can learn to dance and you can do it with me, all right? So part 1, we're going to walk 3 to the right, clap, 3 to the left, clap. Right, clap, left, right, left, clap. Let's do that together. 5, 6, and walk to the right, left, clap, left, clap. Now I'm going to come back, watch how I do it. Right tap, left tap, right tap, left tap, right. All right, let's try to come back. Right tap, left tap, right tap, left tap, right. All right, going to put the first side and going back together. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, coming back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, walk right again. Right, 2, 3, 4. Now instead of coming back, this time we're going up. Right tap, left tap, right tap, left tap, right. Side, back, side, up. That's part 1. Part 2 is the chorus for the song. All right, I'm going to go up. Right, clap, left, clap. Right, clap, left, clap. All right, so instead of going side, we're going to go up. Right, clap, left, clap. Now I'm going to come back with a zigzag. Right, left, right, left, right. All right, let's try coming back with the zigzag. Right, left, right, left, right. All right, let's try to up and back. Here we go. Right, clap, left, right, coming back. Right, left, right, do it again. Right, left, right, slide back, zigzag, right, left. The chorus is part 2. Part 3 is 4 cha-chas. All right, first we're going to cha-cha up and back, starting with the right. When we come back, we start with the left. So we're going to go right, left, back, left, left. Just give it your best shot. Cha-cha up, cha-cha back. Cha-cha-cha, step left, coming back. Cha-cha-cha, back right. All right. Instead of going up and back, we're going to do the same cha-chas, but we're going to go to the side, right and left. All right, so I'm going to Lindy right, Lindy left. I'm going to go right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. All right, let's try the side cha-chas. To the right, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Straight up and back, cha-cha. Cha-cha, up, step left, and left, right, back, right to the side. Right, left, back, left, other way. Left, right, back, right. 4 cha-chas is part 3. All right. Then we start to dance over right, left, back, right, left, up. And then we do the chorus. And then we don't do part 3 on the second verse. We start over from the top, part 1, right, left, back, right, left, up. And the chorus, then we do part 3, the 4 cha-chas. And repeat that again a second time. And then the song changes and the dance changes. We call this a bridge, where we do something a little bit different. And on the bridge, it's not a new move, but we're going to do the chorus on all 4 walls. All right? So we go right, left, right, left. Now this time when I come back, I'm going to come back 2, then I'm going to do a quarter turn to the left. 1, 2, 3, turn. Chorus again. Right, left, coming back 2, and then I turn to the rear, 3, and turn. Right, left, back, right, left, right, other side. Right, left, back, right, left, right, back to the front one more time. Right, left, back, right, left, right. So we did the chorus actually 5 times, okay? We're almost done with the song. We're going to do part 1 again. Right, left, back, right, left, up. And then we finish with part 3, which is the cha-chas, up and back and side to side. Okay, now, you'll be able to see me the whole time. I'll be right in front of you. All you have to do is follow along. Don't have to do it perfectly, okay? As long as you're moving to the music, you're going to be getting a little bit of a workout. And that's really the whole idea, okay? Dance helps you to become fit. Dance and be fit. Let's try it together. We have a couple of expressions that we like to use. When we're teaching, we say, fake it till you make it. And if you mess up, don't give up. If you mess up, we just want you to catch up, okay? All right, so let's just have fun with it, all right? This is the signature dance, August Wilson Community Day, August Wilson Center Community Day line dance. All right, let's try it, have fun with it. Song Move On Up by Curtis Mayfield. All right, here we go. Walk to the right. Coming back. Walk right again. Let's go up. All right, here comes the chorus. Slide back, zigzag. Up again. Let's slide back. All right, remember part 3 is the 4 cha-cha. Cha-cha forward. Take your time. Cha-cha back. Side cha-cha right. Side cha-cha left. All right, start over from the top. Walk to the right. 1, 2, 3. Coming back. 1, 2, 3. Walk right, left. Going up. Here comes the chorus. Right, left, right. Zigzag coming back. Up again. Slide back, zigzag. All right, part 1, walk to the right. 2, 3. Coming back. Walk right. Take it up. There's a chorus. Right. Zigzag back. Up again. Remember your dream is your only scheme. Slide back, zigzag. All right, here's part 3, 4 cha-cha. Up. Cha-cha back, take your time. Take your time, going to the right, cha-cha. Chop, chop, chop. To the left. All right, part one. Let's walk to the right. Here we go. Take nothing less. Coming back. Right and left. Going up. All right, here's the chorus. Right back. Let's move on up. You can do it. Part three, cha-cha. Take your time. To the right, slide cha-cha. Just move on. All right, this is the chorus 4 times. Going to do it on all 4 walls. Turn to the side. Right, there, right. How you doing? To the rear. Just repeating the chorus. All right, last ball. Back. All right, chorus one more time to the front. All right, we're almost done. Part one, walk to the right, left. Coming back. Right and left. Going up. All right, part three, cha-cha. Take your time. Right. Cha-cha. All right, the August Wilson Center Community Day Move On Up line dance. All right. Good job, everybody. Good job. Okay. Hope you really enjoyed that.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Thriving During COVID-19 Health and Wellness for the Mind, Body, and the Spirit. Next. All right, as we get our presentation started today, I just want to acknowledge that this can be a really stressful time for a lot of us. I don't know about you, but this is my first pandemic. And so there are a lot of emotions, a lot of stress, and there is a lot going on for many of us. Some of us have lost our jobs. Some of us are working in new arrangements with our family. Some of us have lost friends or family members. And so I hope that this presentation today can help us to find new or even go back to old ways to support our mental health and wellness, as well as our mind, body, and spirit during this very challenging time. Next slide. So I thought it might be helpful to start with what it means to thrive. And I went right to the dictionary for this, and dictionary.com tells us that to thrive is to grow and develop and to flourish. And I particularly really love that word flourish. And Merriam-Webster defines it as to progress towards or realize a goal despite circumstances. And that word circumstances really kind of sticks out for me as well. And I have another definition that I'll share for you here in a slide or two. Next. So before we get into some of the tools and techniques and strategies that I'm going to talk about today, I just really want to acknowledge that COVID has impacted our ability to thrive in so many ways. And some of us might be here in this session today wondering what tips and tools might help for me. Some of you may feel like you're past the worst of it and on to this new area. And so I just want to be able to acknowledge that COVID-19 has affected us all in really big and significant and different ways. And there are small things that we can do either individually or as a community that can really help us come together and thrive. Next slide. So I came across a really great article about a week or so ago by Ash Buchanan, and I thought that this author did the best of what I've seen for a while in terms of really resonating what it means to thrive. And so the author described kind of 3 different layers, and I have them here on the slide. And the first one is that in a pandemic or in a situation like we've all been experiencing, we tend to first go into this survival mode. And that's really kind of continuing to simply exist, right? So that day to day. And then from there, we move into this place of resilience where we're able to bounce back and we're able to cope with uncertainty. And many of you may even be in the survival, or maybe you're moving to resilience, or maybe you're in this next bucket where you're thriving. And thriving is really this condition beyond resilience where we're no longer surviving. We feel like we're able to bounce back. And there's kind of this rejuvenation after an uncertain or an unexpected event. And this is where we're really feeling like we're persevering, we're discarding what we no longer need, and we're creating this new capacity to flourish. And I hope that today's tips will help you with tools and strategies as you kind of move across this continuum and head towards that thriving. Next slide. So before we move into specific tips for mind, body, and soul, I thought it might be helpful just to very generally talk about these strategies for thriving and what they might be. And the first one is being able to acknowledge uncertainty. For many of us, it has been a very uncertain time, and we are needing to be more flexible than ever. So we need to be able to practice flexibility. You might be working from home, your kids might be home, you might be taking care of a loved one. There's a lot of change and a lot of things that are happening. I think about like a gum band, and we're kind of moving and stretching differently than we ever had. And the third one is to find meaning and purpose. So when I think about meaning and purpose, this is really things that bring you joy and bring you happiness. And it's important to be able to find time to connect to do those things. The next is reinforcing those positive behaviors, and maybe those are some of the same things that bring you meaning and purpose, but whether it be a morning meditation or an evening walk or drinking and eating healthy food and beverages, whatever those positive behaviors are, trying to keep them going even during uncertain times. And then the final one's the one that I love the most. It's practicing compassion and self-love, because it's so easy to be hard on ourselves during this time. And really, it's a time to understand that we are doing the best that we can in a new circumstance, in a new situation, and really being able to take it easy on ourselves and practice that self-love. So then that takes us into the nooks and the cranny of our presentation today. So first, we're going to talk about strategies for the mind. Then we're going to move into the body, and then we're going to end with the soul. And I'm going to take you through a guided gratitude and joy meditation that I hope you're really looking forward to. Next slide. First, we're going to start with the mind. And when I think about health and wellness for the mind during this time, what really comes to mind for me is supporting our mental and our emotional health. And there's a few ways that you can do that. The first one is to have an emotional support system in place. This is a group of people or a person or even a community that you know that you can go to when times are getting tough. And it could be places like your church. It could be a community group. It could be your best friend, your sister, family member, etc. But knowing who that support system might be, maybe it's a therapist or a counselor, and knowing that when things get tough and you do need some support, you're able to call upon them. The next is structure and routine. And I know that I just said to try to be flexible during this time, so I'll explain this a little more. Structure and routine just means that for a lot of people, having something to look forward to can really help to bring a sense of ease. So if you do like structure, maybe it's as simple as scheduling in regular breaks during your new setup during your workday. It could be as simple as taking a walk every morning, or maybe it's something that you do before bed or even early in the morning. So providing yourself a little bit of structure and routine, just something that you can know and count on. And the next one is connection. Connection, so important. We're going to talk about it a lot in this presentation today. It's kind of woven throughout, but really knowing and understanding who you can go to and count on for that human connection. We know that talking to a friend or a family member, even virtually, can release hormones that have the potential to reduce inflammation. So whether that be FaceTime, video chat, Google Hangouts, whatever your virtual platform might be, during this time of social distancing, it still means that we can have connection. And then the final is exercise. We know that exercise can have profound impact on our emotional and mental health. So whether you're feeling really great, or maybe you're watching this presentation and you're thinking, wow, I'm anxious, or I'm depressed, or maybe I'm feeling alone, there are tools and resources out there. There are therapists and counselors available, and just making sure that you are able to take that first step to support your own mental health and wellness so that you can be there for others who need and count on you. Next slide. All right, we're gonna go to my favorite part, which is focusing on the body. Next slide. So I wanted to start out with focusing on the body because movement really can support your health in profound ways. We know that being physically active can support all different types of components of our health and wellness. And at the same time, I also know that many of you at home may be a single head of household, and maybe you really can't leave the house, and maybe you're a caretaker, or maybe you live in a neighborhood that's not safe to get out and about. So there are lots of different circumstances. So I try to keep this as very general as possible. And the first one is to do what we can. And remember kind of that theme of being kind to ourselves during this time. This goes back to being kind to yourself and knowing that your circumstances are different. So whether it be that you have 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 50 minutes that you can spend and a lot to moving your body, that is okay. Start where you can and do what you can. The next is to head outdoors. I like to always encourage people to consider the benefits of being out in nature. It's also stress relieving in itself, but it's also a free way to be out and about in your community and to get a little bit of exercise or physical activity. So whether it be a local park, or maybe your neighborhood is safe enough that you can walk the sidewalk, or maybe you're able to walk in your own yard or just be out and about, that can be a really easy and inexpensive way to get in physical activity. The next is trying free and online fitness classes, and a quick internet search would probably provide you a lot of YouTube videos and different things that you can try. The library might have free videos that you can use. Your community center might be streaming these. And then if you're looking for other resources, UPMC Health Plan has a blog, the UPMC My Health Matters blog. We have all kinds of free exercises and different things on there as well. So there are a lot of tools and resources available to find these free online classes. And then the final thing I'll say about doing these classes is that you don't need to show up with a lot of equipment or buy new things. If you have water bottles or soup cans at home, you can always just use those for weights if you're doing a strength class, and just kind of use the things around you to be successful. You can definitely be thrifty. You don't need to go buy a bunch of equipment just because you're doing a class that maybe requires it. And then finally is sit less and stand more. So when I think about sit less, stand more, it's really about moving our body and being able to make sure that you're giving yourself time out of seat. So many of us are working from home and we're finding ourselves in positions where we're sitting at computers for long periods of time. So how can you work in some of those quick breaks? Maybe it's walking up and down the stairs, maybe it's just walking around your house, etc. But just making sure that you're trying to sit less and move your body as much as you can. Next slide. The next tip is stress management. So for stress management, there's a lot of things you can do. And the first one is using positive self-talk. And for positive self-talk, it's all about how you're speaking to yourself. We say that the most important conversation happens right here between your two ears, and that's the conversation that you're having with yourself. So positive self-talk is talk that is promoting positivity. So things like you can do it and you are enough. Brene Brown, for those of you who are familiar with her work, she says, talk to yourself like you would talk to someone you love. The next one is stress zappers. And I think I might have made this term up, but stress zappers are things that are super quick in the moment that you can do that release stress. So for me, it might be something like 10 jumping jacks, or it might be listening to my favorite song, talking to a friend, deep breathing. Any of those things will help you to reduce your stress in the moment. And the next one's relaxation and meditation. So there's formal things you can do here, whether it be deep breathing, practicing mindfulness, which we're going to do here soon. Maybe it's certain types of meditation or progressive muscle relaxation. There's lots of options here that you can do, and you can find all kinds of tutorials online for this as well. And then the final one's making time for hobbies and interests. So making sure that you are spending time doing things that you really enjoy, because that can supercharge your body. It gives you an opportunity to relax. It reduces those stress hormones, and it really provides you that sense of replenishment in terms of getting out of feeling like everything is so high stakes. Next slide. All right, so the next topic is healthy eating. And I tried to keep these tips really general too, because I want to acknowledge that some of us on the call today may be experiencing hardship because of COVID-19. You may be in a situation where you're supplementing your income. You might be using a food bank. You might be using some other options to supplement you and your family's meals. And so I wanted to make sure that we're kind of keeping it in the middle of the road, so that these are strategies that any of us could do with any means that we might have. And so the first one is trying to eat colorful foods. And I get a lot of questions about this in terms of, well, does it have to be fresh? And does it have to be, salad, etc.? And the answer is no. As long as you're eating a colorful diet, whether it be fresh or canned or frozen food, it's really about getting vitamins and minerals and nutrients and variety in your body. And the next is spice and seasonings. And this is one of my favorite, because antioxidants are found in fresh herbs and in spices like cinnamon and paprika. And so those alone have a lot of benefits for the body. But I also like this because you can also reduce the amount of sodium and salt that you're using in your food. You might not have to use as much sauce, which saves you calories. You might not need to use some of those extra toppings like ketchup and different things. And so you're not only saving calories, but you're adding a lot of flavor and getting some health benefits at the same time. And then the last one is being cautious of snacking and boredom eating. And this one's really about, more people are at home than ever. The kitchen's right around the corner. So just try to watch what it is that you're eating. If you find that maybe you're eating a little bit more than usual, maybe start keeping a food log, etc. And then, of course, always involve the family. If you have someone at home with you and you're able to, maybe you make a bigger batch of food and you give some to your neighbor or a family member who is having a hard time or in need. Maybe you freeze some of it for another day. So spending time with the family, maybe making bigger batches, trying new recipes, doing different things that bring you and your family joy when it comes to different types of eating and food. Next slide. So the next one's sleep. And this is my favorite because I love sleep. And there are a lot of things that can disrupt our sleep, especially now during a pandemic. So a few tips here. The first one's paying attention to our food and drink in the evening, making sure that we're not having anything that has a stimulant in it, making sure that, maybe if alcohol is keeping you up, maybe have that earlier in the evening or foregoing it altogether. And then setting a sleep schedule. So all of our routines are off right now. How can you maybe try to go to bed at the same time and try to still wake up at the same time? I love a good nap, but naps can also interrupt our sleep schedule. So you may have to avoid napping. And I started something recently that's been really helpful for me, and that's setting a bedtime ritual. So what do you do before bed that kind of helps you start to unwind? Maybe it's turning off the electronics, reading a book, etc. And then we've already talked about managing stress, but stress and sleep are so interconnected. So this is really important too. Next slide. So before we move into our meditation, we're going to talk really quickly about the soul. Next slide. And I wanted to start with a really quick quote that I think just kind of wraps up what many of us are feeling right now. And it's by Dr. Cynthia Thack. And she says, even in the most difficult circumstances, we can focus on a single moment that provides a reason to be joyful. And as you become more aware of the moment by being more mindful, you begin to connect your inner self. And this helps you to energize your soul with essential nourishment to counterbalance any negativity or emotions that you may be feeling. Next slide. And so there are so many ways that we can rejuvenate our spirit and our soul. And I thought that it might be helpful to focus on just a few. And the first one is practicing mindfulness and compassion. And like our body, our mind and our spirit also fatigue. And then with the compassion piece, I already talked a little bit about this, but we are so hard on ourselves sometimes, and we can be our biggest kind of critics. And so things like telling ourselves you are valuable, you are enough, you are seen, you are capable, just practicing that compassion and positive self-talk can have a really big benefit. The next is gratitude, and we're going to do a gratitude meditation here in a few minutes, which I'm really excited about, but making note of the things that you're really grateful for. We know that individuals who are more grateful, they tend to be happier, they have better social relationships, better sleep, less depression, etc. So really making space in our hearts and our minds for the things that we are grateful for and paying attention to that. And then the final thing is staying connected. We are human beings, and I know that I've talked about this so many times today, but it's so true. Any way that we can have connection is going to support us. And so whether that be a video chat, a socially distanced chat, spending time with your family in a way that's safe, whatever that might be, really trying to stay connected because we really are creatures of connection as human beings. Next slide. So now we're going to get into our meditation, which is the part that I'm most excited for today. So I want to say a few things about meditation before we get started. And the first thing is that you do not have to be a pro at meditation. In fact, I'm here with you today. I'm going to walk you through a meditation, but I'm not a pro either. And you can kind of just go with the flow, set any intention that you want. So maybe you want to do, we're going to do a gratitude meditation today, but maybe you do a breathing meditation or something else, totally up to you. And you can focus on what's most important to you in the moment. And you don't need a lot of time to do this. We're going to spend about 4 minutes during our meditation today, but you really can do a few minute meditation or you can do a longer meditation. And there's a lot of really great videos online and tools and resources. Our UPMC My Health Matters blog has a few resources available as well, including a guided meditation that I did a few weeks ago. So again, lots of options available when it comes to guided meditation. So what I'd like for you to do, I'm going to turn on the music here in a moment. It'll just kind of be in the background for us. But what I'd like for you to do is get into a really comfortable position and to really just start to connect with your breathing. So nice big inhales, nice big exhales, and I'm going to go ahead and start our music. And like I said, we're going to focus on gratitude today, and I'll walk you through what that looks like. So you should be able to hear some light music. And what I'd like for you to do is to close your eyes. I'll do this with you. And I'd like for you to just start by inhaling through the nose, nice big inhale, and exhaling out the mouth, nice and forceful. And just start to connect with your breathing. Feel your breath, feel your lungs as you inhale, and then a nice big exhale as you release. And as you do this, you might even be inhaling and thinking about something that you want to let go. And with every exhale, just give it a big push out. Relax that face, your head, your eyelids, your jaw, and really just start to center in on something that you're grateful for. It could be something like your family. It could be something tangible. It could be a resource. Just start to think and focus on something that you're grateful for. It can be anything. And with every breath, start to just zero in on that thing or two just a little bit more. And now as you start to inhale and exhale, I'd like you to think about, what is it about that thing that you're grateful for that brings you joy? And start to really fill a small box in your mind with all the reasons why you're grateful for that thing or things that you've chosen. And continue those big inhales and big exhales. And I'm going to give you a moment to just put all of those positive thoughts of gratitude into a little box and hold on to that for a moment. Put it close to the heart and really just start to zero in on the joy that that gratitude brings you. And you're going to go ahead and take that box of joy and gratitude and just kind of tuck it away in the back of your mind. Put it somewhere where you can easily grab it if you need it later. And with your next inhale and exhale, I'd like you to slowly start to open your eyes. Start to kind of reconnect here with me in the moment. Now that you have that thing that you're grateful for and it's easily accessible to you. And the music's gonna stop here. If your eyes are still closed, start to reconnect with me. And we're back. All right, so that was a really quick example. I'm not a pro on meditation, and you can do some things very similar just like that in the moment. And I don't know about you, but I already feel really relaxed and kind of good to go for my day. We do have just a few more slides to go. So thank you for taking that time and building your gratitude box. You now have something in your heart and in your mind that you can pull to or go to at any moment if you need it and you want to redo a gratitude meditation, or you're just in a stressful moment and you kind of want to bring yourself back to center and ground. So with that, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And these last two slides are focused on you and your family and tools and resources. So the first is how to protect yourself during this time of COVID-19. And the first is that if you can, stay home. We know that that's not possible all the time for everyone, but if you are able to stay home, the safest place you can be is at home with the people in your household. The next one is to try to maintain that social distancing. So keeping ourselves 6 feet apart from one another, of course. We've learned all about social distancing, making sure, of course, you're wearing a mask if you're out and protecting yourself, but also those around you. Next one is to practice good hygiene. So I'm sure you've seen a lot about this. Washing our hands, soap and water, saying happy birthday, use hand sanitizer. So just making sure that you're practicing really good hygiene. And if you are out, just making sure that you're paying attention, washing those germs when you get home in your car, etc. And then the final one that we have is to keep your surroundings clean as a whole. So wiping down surfaces in your house, making sure that you're just keeping everything as clean as possible. Some people might be washing groceries as you bring them in if you've had a delivery. So just being able to pay attention. And if you can't stay at home, practice social distancing, practice good hygiene, and of course, keep everything as clean as possible during this time. And then finally, we want to end with a message that UPMC Health Plan is here for you. So we have a number of tools and resources available to you. All of the tips that I've given you today appear regularly on our UPMC My Health Matters blog. So that's a good resource for health and wellness. But when it comes to COVID-19, you can always call our member service line on the back of your UPMC card, or visit this website listed here. Some benefits that may be available to you include using our $0 copay for your Anywhere Care visits, so telehealth and being able to stay at home during this time and still have connection to your doctors. You might not have costs for in-network inpatient treatment, which can be really big during this time. You might need tested, so access to COVID testing. And then we, of course, always have our My Health 24/7 nurse line, and that's available to you to call in and to get support and to ask questions should you need it. So UPMC Health Plan is here to help you during this time, and we're here to support you. And if you do ever have any questions, you can always call the number on the back of your insurance card, and we'd be more than happy to get you connected. Next slide. So with that, I just want to say thank you for spending this 30 minutes with me today. I know that your time is precious and valuable, and there were a lot of things that you could have been doing today. I hope that you enjoyed the tips. And again, we're all in different circumstances. So depending where you are and what your situation is, you might be able to take one tip, you might be able to take a few tips, but starting small, having that love and self-compassion for yourself and knowing and understanding that this is a difficult time and you are doing the very best that you can, and that is enough. And just making sure that you know and understand that there are resources and tools available to you. And I hope you enjoyed the meditation, and it's been such a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you.
Hate being what God gave you.
Yeah. 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 I was mixing, cooking in the kitchen back when Robin was a piston. Mike was losing to Isaiah, but he soon would get his sixth one. Gave birth to my verbal imagination. Assume a virtue if you have not. Or better yet, here's a verse from Hamlet. Lord, we know who we are, yet we know not what we may be. So maybe I'm the one, or maybe I'm crazy. I'm from Marcy houses where the boys died by the thousand. Back when Pam was on Martin, yeah, that's where it all started. When Denzel was blotting carpet, alpaca. 9mm when Slick Rick made Mona Lisa. When Lisa Bonet was Beyonce. Other day I had divas, y'all. Think I just popped up in this like a fetus, nah. Pregnant pause. Give you some second thoughts. There's room on the bandwagon, don't abort. Marcy me. Marcy me. Streets is my arteries. Vein of my existence, I'm the Gotham City heartbeat. I started in lobbies now. Polly with Saudis, I'm a Sufi to Goofies. I could probably speak Farsi, that's poetry. Reek a coca leaf from my past. Came through the bushes smelling like roses. I need a trophy just for that. Old Brooklyn, not this new shoe. Feel like a spoof. Fat laces in your shoe. I'm talking busting off the roof. Hold a Uzi vertical. Let the thing smoke. Y'all flirting with death. I be winking through the scope. Shout out to all the murderers turned murals. Plural. For the Federal Bureau. Shout out to Nostranab, Flushing that Myrtle. All the county of kings, may your ground stay fertile. Shout out to Big Papa Daddy Kane heroes. Thus concluding my concerto. Certo, 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 certo.
A little girl he gave me poetry. to the beat, y'all, and it don't stop. A freak.
Or could it be that it was all just so simple then? A teenage love, but you say he's just a friend. He moved around and we kept in touch through his friend Mike. The world was young and we knew.
Hi everybody, welcome to Love Rocks Cafe food demo for the August Wilson Center Community Day. I'm thrilled to have you in my home space. As you see, it almost looks like my house. So we only have 15 minutes, so we're going to get started on the menu. Today we are doing a vegetable lasagna. So if you know you make lasagna, you know how hard it is to clean a pan. So try to get yourself some of these aluminum half pans. They work great, they're disposable. But if you use a pan that you are going to reuse, make sure you spray the pan with cooking spray first, which I also did with this because it helps get all of the lasagna out. So first what I do is I come in with my regular marinara sauce. Now this could be marinara, it could be your favorite sauce, or it could be sauce you make from home. So this is about a 16-ounce jar. So I put in the first half in the bottom, and then I go in with 3 of my shells. And as you see to my left, I have all my vegetables prepared because we only have a certain amount of time. I wanted to make sure we had enough time to get it all in the pan without any cooking. So so after you put your first layer of lasagna shells, now my shells are uncooked, and you don't have to buy cooked shells or uncooked shells. They all work the same. When they say they're oven ready, they're the same as every other noodle you could get at the store. So these are regular pasta sheets. So I put those in, and then after I come in with that sauce, first thing I do is I come in with my sauteed. Now all the vegetables are sauteed except for the butternut squash. I roast that in the oven to give it some, to loosen it up so I can get it out. So we put our zucchini in first, and then we come in with our squash. And you just want to make sure that there's a nice even layer of everything so you get a bite of everything in each portion. So there's that. And then I come in with my ricotta. Now, like for my ricotta, I like it to be, I kind of like to spread it because I want there to be some, again, in every portion. So I don't just put dollops because some people don't like that much of a ricotta bite in their first, when they bite into it. So they want it to be a little less. So I just make it almost like it's part of the sauce. So I put that. And then we come in. Now this is a mix of Parmesan and shredded mozzarella cheese. So we're just going to come in with this, and I'm going to put half of this container in because we, as you know, we got another layer. So we're going to go in with that. And then this is a little different from what I usually do, but I found that this works. Sometimes I use sun-dried tomatoes, but sometimes I go in with this pesto. Now, you can make your own pesto, however you want to do it, but I just put it in, and again, I spread it everywhere so it's completely covered, and you don't have big globs of flavors all in one bite. So this is basically, you just go in and smush it around. It doesn't matter how it looks because when it gets done, it's going to all meld together really nice, and the flavors are going to be amazing. So there are those two. So our next layer, we're going to come in with our with our next noodles. 3 more noodles, and I know it looks like there's space, but these noodles grow. So our next layer is going to be the butternut squash. And if you don't know about Love Rocks Cafe, we're located in McKees Rocks inside the Father Ryan Center. Our address is 420 Chartiers Avenue in McKees Rocks. We're located right beside the Chartiers Plaza and right across the street from PNC Bank. So it's easy to find. We're right here on the main drag. So after we put the butternut squash in, we're coming in. Now this mix would be banana peppers, sweet peppers, green peppers, and garlic with olive oil. So that is just, I mean, the flavor. If you could, listen, when people say smell-o-vision, I'm telling you right now, this isn't even cooked, but this flavor that is going in here is just building and making something wonderful. So our next addition is going to be mushrooms. And if you don't like mushrooms, if there's any, one thing about this recipe is you can put whatever you want in it. It can be any vegetables you want. You can put asparagus, I mean literally anything, spinach. I've done it with every vegetable, but today these were the vegetables that looked the most beautiful when I went to purchase, and they were ready to go, so that's what I went with. So we're going in with another layer of Parmesan cheese, and you might think it's not enough, but there's going to be some more cheese happening. So we're going in with the rest of the ricotta, and like I said, you can do all kind of variations on this. I've even put fried green tomatoes in a layer. Yes. Whoop, y'all don't know what this thing does to it, but it's delish. So Love Rocks Cafe has actually been closed for the past couple of months because there was a lot going on, and with COVID, I only have 15 seats. So when you say go down to 25%, that really doesn't equate to any serious business. So I've been working with some other organizations to provide meals for kids in my neighborhood. So currently, we do 640 meals on Thursday, and then 60 to 80 meals on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, my partner over here, Christine, helps me deliver them all, and then on Thursdays, she comes and she helps prepare. And I know you're thinking like 2 people do 560 meals. Well, we do, and we make it happen really good for everybody. So this essentially is your lasagna. I'm going to put this last layer of noodles. Oh, I pulled out one too many, but that's okay. And then on top of here, now you want to push this down, because what you have is lots of, see, this is the magic of live TV. I forgot something. So I'm going to take this off really quick. I forgot the other mozzarella, yes. So, now I do use, like I said, there's shredded mozzarella, but I also like to have this fresh mozzarella because it just brings something really creamy and beautiful to the table, and really helps the whole dish come together. It gives it like it's almost like a binder. Okay, so then, like I said, you push this all down, and then we're going to go right on top of here with our, oh, if I can get it open. Who knew? Okay, got to go in with a knife to get it out, guys. Chris, could you please? I can't. So other than us being on this little sabbatical, I just wanted to let you guys know that we will be, thank you, we will be reopening very soon for everyday service, except for until the end of the year, we will be closed on Thursdays, because Thursdays are our big meal day, and we're going to be working on that program until the end of the year. So we're going to just continue to do that. But we're going to be in the Hill District. Love Rocks Cafe has accepted an offer, which I applied for, but there were lots of people wanting to get into the space. So Love Rocks Cafe has taken a position in the Carousel Cafe space that's opening in the Hill District, which is going to be lots of different chefs and other people coming in and working their space and getting their businesses out. It's kind of like a galley style situation. So that's exciting. That will start on February 8th. That will be my first day. I will only be there on Sundays for Sunday brunch. So if you want to come by and see what we're doing for Sunday brunch, I'll be open from 10 to 2 for brunch. And we'll have stuff like shrimp and grits and, of course, chicken and waffles and, you know, some of the basics, but then we'll have some of my specialties, which are specialties that I learned as I was coming up and things that I love to eat as a Pittsburgher. And there's a lot of things that I love to eat that aren't here anymore. So if you follow my Facebook page, you see that I did the balconies, crab meat and Geraldsburg cheese quiche, which was amazing. I got everybody who tasted it loved it. So we're going to add Chris. We're going to add that to the menu. So this lasagna is perfectly perfect, just like this. And you might think, oh, there's not enough liquid in there, but there really is, because the vegetables are going to, even though you sauteed them, they're going to leach a little bit more liquid from them. And also, when you bring the lasagna out the oven, let the lasagna sit 30 minutes so everything can kind of like gel up and do what it does, or you end up with a piece of lasagna that goes mush all over your plate, and it's just not a pretty presentation. And that's why I don't cook my noodles ahead of time, because a cooked noodle has nothing to absorb the liquid that was in the pan from all the other things you put. So you want to see there, if you can see, there's good liquids inside that pan, and it will make it happen. So Chris, take this one for me, and we're gonna present our other dish and get that cut up so we can see. I'm just gonna do a little simple cleaning up the way here. And you can put that right there for me. So this is our lasagna, and as you can see, it's not doing a lot of moving around. It's really good. Everything has come together beautifully on this dish. Now we just dressed it with a little fresh basil, but I will, before I plate it, I always take some of the basil and chiffonade it, which is just a fancy word for rolling it up and slicing it down to make it like little rainbow pieces. So I'm gonna just do that, and it's just a little topping, because everything, I just think you need a little bit of fresh herbs on the top of everything when you cook, just to give it a little brightness at the end. And for this lasagna, I personally would squeeze lemon on the top because of the vegetables. It just brightens the all the sauces and the vegetables. So we have that there. And I am going to attempt to bring out the piece of lasagna that I said you could get if you did this the right way. So, fingers crossed, guys. Oh yeah. Now I won't eat any of this because it's so hard for me to eat after I cook. But I'm going to give that one more second. I'm going to dress this with salad and some bread. And Love Rocks Cafe, let me tell you, we have items that when you see it, you know it's ours, because we do things a certain way all the time. So our salad, if you see it on a buffet, you know it's our salad. So I'm gonna put 2 nice pieces of crusty bread on there. And then I'm gonna go in here, guys. Are you ready? So look at that. That's how you want your lasagna. And you even see how the lasagna here is not spreading all out, all the sauce is not going into other places. So this is Love Rocks Cafe. Oops, sometimes stuff falls. This is Love Rocks Cafe vegetable lasagna. And you have lots of vegetables. This is a great way to sneak healthy food into your kids because they're not even going to notice the vegetables, even though they're not cut small. The flavors and the pasta and the different sauces, because remember, you have 3 sauces. You have a red sauce, you have a pesto, and you have an Alfredo topping. So this has so many elements of flavor that you're not going to be able to keep the kids out of it. You're lucky if you get it. So, let me give you a little bit. So we're going to put a little basil on there. And that, and I'm going to put a little bit of something special. I love nasturtiums. I'm not really, I say this all the time, I'm not really the flour and foam person because people don't come to restaurants to pay for that. And while you're playing with flowers and foam, my food's getting cold. But every once in a while, a beautiful flower on a dish just gives it the zhuzh it needs. And then I am using, for our salad dressing, we're using my favorite, local to Pittsburgh, Olive and Marlowe. These balsamics, first of all, this 25-star balsamic is amazing. Like, I put it on chicken, I put it on salads, sandwiches, yeah, salmon. I mean, there's just so many things that can be done with it. And so I'm just putting a little bit of that and then a little bit of Topin's olive oil on there. And then we will hit it with just a little bit of cracked harissa pepper. And there you have your lasagna dish. So I want to just tell you some more about what's going on with in McKees Rocks and with Love Rocks Cafe. We are hopefully looking for a bigger space because we're looking to grow, because part of what we do is not just cooking food for the restaurant, but now that we've started this food program with kids in the neighborhood, I would like to continue that after COVID. So we would like to have, like, we have our Pay It Forward program, which is people can come in and buy a meal and purchase a meal for somebody else in need. So when that person comes into the cafe, they don't have to say to me, hey, you know, I'm hungry, can I get something to eat? All they have to do is take a heart down off of the heart wall, and when they order their food, they slide the heart. I know that the food's paid for, and nobody feels, you know, embarrassed or like they're begging for anything, you know, because there's no use of being part of a community if you're not giving back. I can't just expect people to come into my business and spend money with me if I'm not giving something back. And to tell you the truth, besides the stuff I order online, which I'm going to not share the amounts of craziness that is, but all my money I generally spend here in the McKees Rocks area. We eat out here, we shop here, we bank here, we hang out with our friends here. So McKees Rocks has become a very important part of my life besides me running my business here. And then another portion I would like to do is be able to add, every day, we do have a food pantry, but I'd like to be able to have food pantry available every day of the week for anyone who would need it. So the new space would afford me the opportunity to also keep the restaurant going, feed kids for free and families, and then also give free food and fruit and veggie boxes from local farms and other businesses that want to support the cause. So if you're interested in supporting Love Rocks Cafe's endeavors to grow, you can reach us at loverockscafe at gmail.com. loverockscafe@gmail.com. And my phone number is 412-770-4642. Soon we will be doing a crowd raiser to deck out a space up the street, which is probably going to cost me close to $250,000. So anybody who feels that this is a project they want to get in, I would love and appreciate the support. And this is the kind of food you get. This is the kind of meals I make for my kids. Like, my kids aren't getting, lunch meat sandwiches. I actually cook that day for them, and they get the best possible products and the best possible preparation as they could possibly get, because I love what I do. These hands were created for cooking, so there's really, for me, there's nothing else I could be doing more than cooking and feeding people, and not just those who come in and pay, but those who need it. Because in a community like McKees Rocks, local and sustainable is something that is far-reaching for this community, and there's not a lot of, the only grocery store here in McKees Rocks proper is an Aldi. Now you could catch the bus and go up the hill to Giant Eagle, but in this community, Giant Eagle would be considered a little bit more expensive. So people shop at Aldi, but we need all of the support we can get. We don't have any community gardens, which I want to implement. There's some other little things I want to get into, but we don't want to spill all the surprises right now. But this is my home now, and I want it to be the best home for not just me and my children, but for my family. So again, thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you try the lasagna, and if you need the recipe, you can email me at loverockscafe@gmail.com, and I would be more than glad to forward the recipe to you. Have a wonderful day. All the love from Love Rocks Cafe.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Rogers.
I'm Claude Flowers.
And we are founders of the Youth Enrichment Association.
Yeah, the Youth Enrichment Association is a brand new youth organization based in the east end of Pittsburgh, and we'll be looking to launch and start our programming in 2021. All things go well with COVID and things of that nature. We want to make sure we're adhering to guidelines and staying safe. I hope you guys are safe and enjoying this virtual community day. So we're going to talk a little bit about our organization, as well as have a little activity towards the end. So our mission is very, very simple. We want to positively impact and empower the lives of the youth in the greater Pittsburgh area, and we want to make sure that we give them all the tools to succeed in whatever the next step is in their lives. But along with the youth, we are also going to make sure that we are a resource for the community and the parents as well. We're going to be providing programming for the parents and the communities. We have a thing right now that is going to be called Parent University, and we're going to be looking at trying to give the parents what they need to succeed, job placement, credit repair, all types of things, just practical everyday uses in life that sometimes get overlooked. So that's going to be our goal with the with parents. And Brandon's going to talk a little bit about our after-school program and our summer camp.
So yeah, the name of our programs is for our after-school program is the AIM After-School Program. And AIM stands for Activating Independent Minds. And so you may ask, what is an independent mind? To us, an independent mind is one that has a natural will, desire, and eagerness to seek, to connect, to question, and apply the knowledge and information that they learn. So in other words, just creating an interest in learning and developing.
Yeah, and so that's going to be the name of our after-school program and our summer camp. In our mission with being community engagement, that community piece, we've already actually started. We had a back-to-school book bag and supply giveaway back in August, and we were able to reach over 100 families and give away tons and tons of book bags, and we had people even sign up for our emailing list so they can stay in tune with what we have going on. We have so many other things going on. We were actually, before we got here today, we were helping out one of our partners. He did a coat drive and a candy giveaway, and so we showed up to give support. We're also going to be doing and teaming up with another partner to give away Thanksgiving baskets to some of the elderly around, actually on Thanksgiving Day. And so that's our plan, that's our goal, that's our mission. And so right now we're going to go into talking about our values and talking about the programs and the organization's values as well as our personal values and how that really ties into what we're trying to do.
Yeah. So the definition of a value is a person's principles or standards of behavior or one's judgment of what is important in life. And so when we think about our values for our organization, they're not just the values that we try to instill within the kids in our programs, but just the overall values for the entire organization. And those values are self-confidence, respect, attitude, love, and teamwork and integrity.
Yeah, and today's climate is very, very, very important, and we know with the pool of social media and the society and everything that's going on today, that it's super, super important that we try to reinstill values into the youth, and we're trying to hit them at a very, very, very young age. Our programming is going to start from elementary school, 4 and 5 years old, and go all the way up and through high school. And so we just really wanted to emphasize that point in making sure that they have a strong sense of value and priority and things of that nature. And so right now we're just going to go into our personal values as well as talking about why they are our personal values. And then we have a small little activity that you guys can do at home with your kids, or if there are no kids, just as adults. It's also important for you guys to kind of self-reflect as adults. Every now and again, I take time to reevaluate my priorities and values in life in today's climate to make sure that I'm on the right path. So for me personally, I have my top three. Number one being faith, and my faith is extremely important to me. Gives me something to be rooted in, gives me something, it's kind of a beacon, it's a guide for me. The second thing is my family. My family is a value and importance to me. I make sure that I try to spend as much time as I can with my parents and even with my immediate family as well as my extended family, which includes my friends, it includes all those people that I hold near and dear. And the last for me, what was it? Faith, family, and I believe it was this organization, Youth Enrichment Association. So right now, with us launching and being a brand new organization, we're putting all of our time and efforts to really building it up and making sure that it's a quality programming to really benefit the youth and benefit the community. Brandon, what are some of your values?
My first and very important value to me is family, just like you. I recently became a father, and so family just has created a real new meaning for me. In everything that I do, I make sure that I have my family's interest in it. My second value is education. I've always been a lifelong learner, and I've learned that education is so important. And education is one of our biggest tools for success, and it's one of our biggest things that we should look forward to, and that's why education is so important to the Youth Enrichment Association as well. My last and final value that I'm going to speak about today is service, and I say service because it is important to give back to those who are in need, and to be an asset to whatever community or whatever organization or whatever background that you're a part of. And that's very important to me. I always look for ways to give back.
Yeah, so again, those values are very important to us. And the 6 that Brandon talked about earlier are the foundation for our organization. And so, when any time your kids or even parents come into our programming, there's going to be some aspect of those values that will be touched intentionally. Everything we're going to be doing is intentional. We want to make sure that there is no wasted time. It's not just a daycare. Of course, it's, after school will serve as another place, a go-between for when parents are working and before they get off, and it's going to be a safe environment. But everything we're going to be doing is going to be super, super intentional, from the mentor program that we have to our tutors that come in to everything, food providing and all that stuff is going to be very, very intentional. So that actually leads us to our final or our activity portion. And so what we want you guys to do is the same thing that we just did. At home, list 3 values, and once you list your values, come together as a family, if it's kids or whatever, have your kids do this as well, and talk about it. See some of the similarities, and talk about why these are important to you and why these values are prioritized how they are, and it makes for a good retrospective piece, and a way for you guys to really internalize it and figure out, what things can maybe shift and why things are important to you, and why and where they are in your priority and in your list. So that activity, do that at the house at your own leisure, and I would say even do it every so often. Whenever you feel yourself kind of getting off balance or things maybe out of whack, take some time, sit home and say, all right, well, what do I have going on? What are some of my priorities? What are some of my values? Some things can come off the list. Some things might need to go on. But it is super important to do that every so often. So, Brandon, tell them about where they can find us, maybe how they can get involved and things of that nature.
So the best way to keep track on what's going on with the Youth Enrichment Association is to visit our website, www.inc.org. And again, that's www.inc.org. And you can also follow us on our social media. We pride ourselves on working with a lot of partners and organizations to really give back to the community. And so we always sharing what opportunities we have, but what opportunities we're also taking a part of. And then you can find us on social media at YEA_INC. Or you can just simply search it in Google and find us.
So yeah, you can get involved that way. We're looking for volunteers. We're looking for people to really that want to be a part and positively impact the lives of youth. So that's pretty much all we had. And are we good time-wise? Okay. So thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy the rest of the community day. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Edie Smith, and I'm the designer and owner of Inspirations greeting cards. And I'm so happy to be with you today at the August Wilson's fall edition of Community Day. This is such an honor for me to be here. I've done vending with August Wilson a lot of times, but of course now with COVID that we're not able to do that. So I'm able to be with you virtually, and I welcome you to my home studio. Let me just give you a little bit of background about myself. I'm retired, 32 years service from the University of Pittsburgh, and I decided that I wanted to start a new chapter. So with the leap of faith, I decided to design and I launched a line of handmade greeting cards called Inspirations. And Inspirations comes from it's a combination of encouraging and inspiring. And that's what I think these cards that I have designed will be able to do. There's one of my favorite singers is Yolanda Adams, and she has some lyrics that says, the things we do, the things we say, these are the greatest gifts that we could give away. And I believe that greeting cards is a way that we can kind of give ourselves away to do through card exchange, that we're able to share with others, with friends and family, and those people that we're really close to. And my line of cards, they're handmade cards, which means that I start with a blank canvas, and everything that I put on the card are unique features, and that's what's make it to be a special card. So my theme is a special person, a special occasion, a special card. And that's what Inspirations greeting cards can do. So that's just a little bit about my background. I'm self-taught. Uh, I haven't taken any classes or workshops on doing greeting cards because I really just wanted to develop my own brand. And I think that's what I have done here. So let us just take a look then at some of my cards. What you see here is what I call my Sisters collection. That's Sistah, Sisters. And what it is, it's a collection of beautiful African American women wearing various apparel. Some of them have wraps, some of them have hats, some of them have braids, some of them have afros, but they all are some unique sisters and they're wearing their style with confidence. So I call that line my Sisters collection. And let me just give you a closer showcase of some of the cards. You may can see these a little better from here. So what we have, they have unique little features. For instance, this birthday card here. This sister has on polka dots, black and white, and she's stylish, and it makes a statement. So these cards are not just your average card. Again, they're handmade, and you will not find these cards, excuse me, in your regular stores. For instance, I believe that these cards are really culturally relevant. They really speak to that person that you want to give a unique card to. Maybe that sister or that brother that you want to show them that they're proud of their heritage as well as you are. So these cards, I call these silhouettes. These I use black cardstock. These are silhouettes, but they're actually perfect for that African American style. But of course, I have a large collection of cards. And so let me just show you another preview of what I have. This next set is actually with the holidays coming up. This is what I called my religious celebrations collection. And that comprises of Christmas cards. You have a Hanukkah card, a holiday card, and all of these cards are unique in their own way. For instance, this Christmas card here that has a gold Christmas tree. It just seems to jump right off the card. And here's a card that has a scripture, and this is a Christmas card. This is, of course, Mary, and with the baby Jesus. For those of you who like religious cards, I have religious cards with scriptures on them. And then, of course, Hanukkah will be coming up. So I also have Hanukkah cards. And I call this is, again, from my religious celebration collection. Next, let me just show you a few cards from what I call and this is one of my premium collections. This is from my Mosaic collection. Now, Mosaic is actually, it means diverse. So with this collection, you can see it's various paper in various shapes, colors, and textures, and then what they a pattern, and that's what you call mosaic, this pattern here. And I have this in various forms in birthday cards. I have it for butterflies. There's a lot of people now who love butterflies. So all of the butterfly cards are actually, they're blank inside so that you can actually make this card whatever you want to. It can be a birthday card. It can be a thinking of you card. It can be for any celebration because you're going to write that special message inside of the card. Again, they're all mosaic patterns on each, whatever the print is, whatever the outfit they're wearing, whatever the vase, they're all from my pattern called Mosaic, which is a compilation of various pieces of paper. And also, I'm an avid gardener. I love flowers. So a lot of cards that I have, I've used flowers, silk flower petals. So that's what you'll see in some of the cards. Let's just see. My next collection is and I call this my grace collection. Grace collection. You know, there's times when you have to send a special card for an individual, maybe who's been suffering from an illness, or they've been in the hospital, or they're going to have surgery, and they would love to have a card that speaks to them. So thinking of you, get well soon. And of course, there's also sympathy cards. There's times when we have to send messages of condolences, and these cards are perfect for that. This particular card is one of my favorites. The purple flowers, it just jumps right off the card. And this card is blank, but you can use this for any occasion. It has purple flowers with black and gold lettering. And again, this is from what I called my grace collection. And of course, you know, we're always, especially during the summer and fall too, weddings are coming up. This is a few cards from my wedding collection. There's always, and I know I find myself doing this, going to a wedding, but on my way to the wedding, I used to stop at the CVS to find a wedding card. You should always have wedding cards on hand, and these are a selection of the cards that will do that for you. They have little flowers on the front of them. This particular one is an actual, it's a card for a wedding shower, and there's an anniversary card, and then of course this is another wedding card. But again, there's unique patterns, there's unique colors, and that's the makeup of Eastpiration's greeting cards. They're all handmade with special touches. This next selection I call the Heritage Collection. And what I have done is just added some beautiful colors that you can use for the front of your cards, but also it conveys a message. And I call it the Heritage Collection because I believe that, you know, being proud of your heritage and displaying such, that's what we want to do. Now this particular card here says Black Love. And now Black Love, that's my take on, of course, I believe that we should be loving each other. So again, these cards are culturally relevant and they do make a statement. How about graduation cards? Oftentimes I know everybody's running around trying to find a graduation card. These are unique graduation cards. They display a beautiful Afrocentric stole. And then, of course, there's a Kwanzaa card. Kwanzaa will be coming up. So I have some beautiful Kwanzaa cards in various colors and backgrounds. This particular one is in green, but it also comes in red. But again, these colors just jump out in terms of being unique. And you won't find these cards in any of the stores. Believe me, I've looked. And you do not see these cards in the various stores around town. So that's my Heritage Collection. The next selection that I wanted to show, oftentimes it's kind of hard to find cards for men, but I have developed also a line of cards for the male. And I think they are unique as well. These particular cards, first of all, there's the card with there's for the husband. If he likes music, there's guitars. And then for dear old dad, there's a card with the gentleman, he's distinguished, and he's wearing a stylish hat. And then next, there's also, I have a card, it just says husband, but the detail on it is very, unique, bold colors. And let me just tell you that I use quality cardstock on all of my cards. I use the various embellishments. And like I said, I love flowers, so I use a lot of silk flowers. For instance, some of the women with the hats. This particular card here with the woman wearing a hat. This hat is made of silk flower petals, and it just gives a real it just pops in terms of the stylishness of the hat. So this is a woman wearing one of my hats with the pe- rose petals in various colors. It just jumps right out at you. So that if you're going to be giving some greeting cards, I would suggest that any type of card, it's always best to have some on hand so that you don't have to run out and get the card whenever you need it. So I would suggest that you buy cards in sets because you always know you're going to need 2 or 3 birthday cards a year, maybe more. You're going to need anniversary cards. You're going to need wedding cards. Someone's going to be graduating. And then, of course, there's Mother's Day, there's Father's Day. So I would suggest that you buy your cards ahead of time. And Inspiration Greeting Cards would be pleased to fill any of your orders. Again, these cards it's not just a card, it's a keepsake. So what do I mean by that? Well, these cards are very popular, and I have gotten really good feedback that people like them so well. Not only is it a card, but it's a keepsake because what people are doing are framing them. So that's what you're able to do if you are the recipient of one of these cards. I mean, you don't put it away or store it away somewhere. You put it in a frame, and then you're able to see it and view it and enjoy it the whole year long. So you can use a frame to frame your favorite card. Or if you want to give someone a card, give them a card, but then also put a frame in there to tell them after they read the message that you've written inside, have them to frame it, and then they'll keep it for the rest of their lives. That's what a keepsake is, something that they want to hold close to them. I say with these greeting cards, it's for that special person, that special individual, because of course I'm not competitive with the dollar store. You can't find these cards for $1, but what you can do is purchase a very nice card that the person who receives the card will always remember and want to share and tell everybody about. So again, it's not just a card, it's a keepsake, but it's an occasion to really share something that the person will treasure the rest of their lives. I started doing this in 2017, and I initially I really liked the writing inside of the card, but now I'm really loving doing the art. So I say it's the art of the card. It's the uniqueness of the card that actually makes it very special. If you would like to purchase some of these cards, I'm online. Because of COVID, I had to pivot. That's the term I keep hearing. I had to pivot to e-commerce, which is going online. So I actually have a website. It's inspirationsgreetingcards.com. That's one word. You can go and purchase these cards. The holidays are coming up. I'm sure you have some birthdays coming up, or sometimes there's some late graduations in December. So I would say if you go to my website, you can see not only some of the cards that I've showcased today, but I have other cards as well. This isn't my entire collection. I have other cards that I didn't showcase today. The other part of it is in terms of making a selection for a card a card that you need for someone. Kind of think of that individual, maybe what color do they like? If they are a person that really, maybe let's say loves purple, well, it would be wonderful for you to find them a card maybe that has purple on it, that really, that pops out at them. This is a card here for a mom or mother, and it's a birthday card. And this is some of my cards have writing and some have blank. That's another thing I wanted to tell you. You can get these cards blank as well. But this is one of my favorite birthday messages. It says, "Another year finds you to be more loving and kinder, and you wear it well. May your day be filled with the joy of knowing that you are blessed. Happy birthday." So that's just a sample of one of the readings from a card. Another card that I have for the women, I know that some of you are in your sorority groups and you want to show your pride. This particular one, it just says soror. Of course, it's in the red and white, but I also have pink and green, and I'm working on some blue and white. But again, these are unique cards. This is an African American woman with her afro, and she has the earrings and the outfit that matches. So you're talking about for a stylish woman, she would love to receive a card like this. Also, women with hats. I use several type of not rose petals, but any type of flower petals to make women with hats. And I have quite a few of the older women hats, ladies who they would not dare go to church without having a hat on. Well, that's what some of these sisters are. This particular one, she's all ready for that Sunday meeting right here, going to church. That's what these kind of hats and represent from our childhood or growing up. We remember women wearing stylish hats to church all the time. So I would be happy to get any feedback following this presentation. I would love to know what you think of my cards. You can go to my website and leave a note. It's inspirationgreetingcards.com. The other part of making greeting cards is that once I make a card, and this was before COVID, once the card is made, well, the first thing, of course, it is after it's made, it's stamped. And I have my own copyrighted stamp. This is Inspirations greeting card stamp there. So every card that I make, it gets that stamp. And immediately following that stamp, each card is put in, along with the envelope, is put into a cellophane wrap, clear plastic wrap, so that now this card now will not be touched again until it's purchased. So my studio, again, here I'm in my studio, which is a dedicated space just for my Inspirations greeting cards. It's a nice, clean, sterile, dry environment. So I think that I meet all of the COVID standards in terms of the sanitizing and having a clean area and cleaning of my hands, and knowing that the cards are all stored in these plastic sleeves until the time of purchase. In fact, when you receive the card, it will in this plastic sleeve, so it's protected from as soon as it's completed and stamped. It has this sleeve on it, so it's always protected in that way. The one other card I wanted to show, and I didn't have it with the men's card. This is also a male card. It's in brown. And I just wanted to show you that to show you the uniqueness. All cards don't have to have have a white background or a cream background, but this is actually more masculine. It's a brown cardstock, and it has texture on it, so that the texture of the card, along with the embellishments on the hat and the silver in the name Dad, this is what makes a unique card. I purchase my things knowing that the card that I make, it's going to be my brand. And that's what I sought to do when I started Inspirations greeting cards. I wanted to put a stamp on my own brand. And I would say, I dare say that you probably will not find any cards like this anywhere else, because there's a unique stamp, and it's the Inspirations by Edie Smith. I have been doing this, like I said, since 2017. However, I love doing vending, but I had to stop that because of COVID, of course, because that's not safe to do anymore. So right now I'm in the process of becoming, I guess, an e-commerce person, so I'm having to learn some things that I really didn't know before, and I'm hoping that it will that I will make it through that so that I can begin to showcase my products even more. My next step is to develop. Right now, these, like I said, each card is individually made, so these are handmade cards. But in the very near future, I'm hoping to do some mass production so that I'm going to get a printer that can reproduce these cards. If you look at the back of all of any card that you have right now, it will say printed and probably in China or printed, but it's not an individual handmade card. So, in order for me to keep up with my work, I cannot I have to start reproducing the cards so that some of them will be printed. I will always have a line of handmade cards, but I'm also looking to get into the reproduction of cards so that any card that you see here, it can probably be reproduced so that you can still get the uniqueness of the card, but it won't be handmade individually by me. So that I will be offering two different lines, a handmade line and a printed line. I'm so happy and pleased to be a part of the August Wilson. August Wilson has always been such a good avenue, a platform, if you will, for artists and for the community. So when I'm at their facility, it's just a perfect avenue for any artist to display their work. And they have been supportive of the local Pittsburgh artists and small business people like myself. And I'm so appreciative of that. Again, it's inspirationsgreetingcards.com. If you have any concerns or questions, you can go to my website. Hopefully you'll purchase some cards, but also I would love to have some feedback as to what you think about this particular line of cards. I'm hoping also that if there's someone who would like to partner with me, perhaps if you are a gift basket maker or if you make a certain product, I think I have a card that would help to complement your product, whatever the product that you're making. I think I have a card that could help to complement that. So I'm also looking to partner with some of the local artists in the Pittsburgh area if I can be of service to you and vice versa if you can be of service to me during this process of being a small business person. I do hope for Small Business Saturday, I do hope to have a showing. Hopefully by then I will have even more products available so that there will be some line of cards that you can purchase for the holiday. The other part that I was going to suggest, greeting cards are also, when you think about it, what do you give that person who has everything or that person who's very hard to find something to give? Well, greeting cards are the gifts that keep on giving. So why not purchase a nice set of cards, put them in a nice box. This just happened to be a little card box, but this on the front it says "Give thanks." But you can get any kind of box, any type of nice gift box or whatever, and perhaps put 5 to 7 cards in there and give that as a gift. That individual will be so pleased to receive that because now they know that they can give also. So they're going to then send their friends or their neighbors or their children a handmade unique card. So these cards, it's the gift that keeps on giving. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about trying to find something for that person who's really hard to buy for, or there's just not enough things to find. I mean, how many candles can a person use, or how many mugs? But if you give them a set of greeting cards, then they can give those and pass those on. And that goes back to, like I said, with the things we do, the things we say, these are the greatest gifts that we can give away. So you keep continually giving and giving out of what you have purchased from Inspirations greeting cards, handmade greeting cards.
Hello, my name is Jamil Rivers. I was diagnosed with metastatic de novo breast cancer in 2018. I am a young advocate alum with Living Beyond Breast Cancer, and I am also a board member. So I feel that Living Beyond Breast Cancer is my family. They have taught me to be an advocate, and the focus of my advocacy is really focused on making sure that disparities when it comes to metastatic patients and Black breast cancer patients are addressed. And so I deal with that on the policy level and also working with various support organizations. According to the Centers for Disease Control, Black women diagnosed with breast cancer are 40% more likely to die from the disease than Caucasian women are. Black women are often diagnosed at more advanced stages, which require more extensive and expensive treatments, and prognosis is poorer, and are often diagnosed younger with more aggressive breast cancers. So we're here to talk about today the symposium that was my idea just from taking care of myself and on my breast cancer journey. I began mentoring and coaching other patients with breast cancer. And after a while, it grew to about 50 women. And I thought, well, you know, I really would like to help other women, but I can't take on anymore. And I went to Living Beyond Breast Cancer and said, you know, there really is a need here for us to provide more support and education and information to Black women who are diagnosed with breast cancer in order to really address these disparities. And so LBBC said yes. And so upcoming in the fall, we will be having an African American symposium targeted to support Black women and men newly diagnosed with breast cancer. I am honored to be joined by two great breast cancer advocates and leaders, Mima Carmo, the founder of Tiger Lily Foundation, a National Breast Cancer Foundation providing education, awareness, advocacy, and hands-on support to young women between the ages of 15 to 45, before, during, and after breast cancer, and Ricky Fairley, who has been involved in breast cancer advocacy for many years, and who recently co-founded Touch, the Black Breast Cancer Alliance, to drive awareness of the unique diagnosis of Black breast cancer, with the overall goal of reducing the mortality rate for Black women through collaboration and accountability. Please go to lbbc.org to read more about these two amazing women. So our discussion today is going to focus on what we can do to change this very disturbing reality that face Black women with a breast cancer diagnosis. Thank you, Mima and Ricky, for participating in this important discussion.
Thanks for having us and for being a great model in this space, Jamil.
Well, I am so excited that both of you joined on with me and LBBC to be community partners for this symposium that is based off of my cancer coaching model with the Chrysalis Initiative. There's a lot of information about breast cancer, many organizations that focus on providing general education, but let's talk first about what's missing. Why are there such great disparities for Black women with breast cancer? Mima, do you want to start?
I think people often don't see women that look like them in this space. That's one of the biggest barriers is to care. Seeing, you know, Black physicians, seeing that Black women in media. When I first got diagnosed at 31 years old with TNBC, there was nobody who I saw that looked like me from either end, as a patient or a physician, or even in the advocacy space. And so what I think is you have to figure out for me is, how do I give other young women what I did not have? And why are there such disparities? And so I think we each have to figure out ways to be the change we want to see in the world. And my change was to I was a one-woman army. You know, my daughter was 3 years old. I had no money. I still work full time. I didn't understand all the terminology and the words, and there was no one teaching me what to do and how to navigate the space. And so Tiger Lily really was birthed out of my promise to God that if I survive, I would give my life to serve other people going through breast cancer, other women. And then I began to learn about disparities. Being young was a really big disparity, and not having support services. And was many women who were becoming metastatic patients who I wasn't taught about meds at an early stage during breast cancer. And then finding out that Black women had a 40% higher death rate. So as I kind of began to learn how to use my power, I learned that was what advocacy was. How to use your power, your privilege for power. And my privilege was that I was still alive. And so Tiger Lily really was birthed out of my own experience to reach women who were younger,
metastatic and Black, and having them learn how to harness their power for good to change Black women's outcomes and save lives.
Got it. Ricky, what are your thoughts?
So I was given 2 years to live with stage 3 triple negative, and I'm on 8. And I know that God left me here to do this work, and he gave me a purpose. My breast cancer gave me a purpose. And I really do believe, I say this all the time, you guys know it, that Black breast cancer is a different disease. And we all work really hard every day, but the death rate isn't changing. And so I really want to focus on how we change that number and the horrible numbers that we face. If you think about it, I don't think we know enough about the physiology of Black women. And we don't really know a lot about the science. And why is that? It's because clinical trial participation by Black women is less than 3%. So I want to focus on more, what is the science that's going to change the numbers? And until we have drugs that match our different physiology and understand that better, we're still going to have a higher mortality rate. So I think if you look at health disparities, and one of the best things about the COVID era is that the health disparities that we've been living with our whole lives, right? Everybody that we know, everybody Black has them, right? Has experienced it. It's now on the table. So the time is now to really put it out front and center and talk about it. But I think we have to really work on the science. And so a lot of the work that we're doing is to try to get more Black women to participate in clinical trial research, because if we don't participate in the research, we're not going to understand our physiology to get to the science, to get to the drugs that we need. So I think we need to really dig into what that is. And we all work in trying to recruit for clinical trials. Every pharma company does it every day. They try to recruit for clinical trials. But what's happening isn't working. You know what I mean? So are we talking about it the right way? Are we expressing it the right way? And, I'm a marketing person by trade. And whatever messaging that we're using right now isn't working. So we have to sort of figure out what that is. What do we need to say to get over the placebo barrier, all the myths, the bad history of science that we've experienced as a race, and even some of the social determinants of health, like transportation, childcare, all those things that sort of are barriers to clinical trial research participation. So how do we get over that and give them the right messaging to get the participation levels that we need to get the science right?
Right. Yeah. Can I add to that? I think, Ricky, that's really important. I think it's really important. I think to add to that, you can't ask someone to be in a trial when they don't trust, and there's like trauma. So I think beyond saying to people, to Black women, give me your data and your genetics and give me all your information, we can't forget the history of what happened that caused the mistrust and the trauma. And so addressing the trauma is really important. We'll be talking about that at the conference. And the barriers are, I'll be honest, they're not barriers that can't be overcome. The problem is that they're not investing. People haven't been investing in Black women and Black breast cancer.
Right.
As we launched our inclusion pledge at Tiger Lily less than 2 months ago, we've seen industries pivot in 2 months that were saying before COVID they couldn't do something. It just wasn't possible. So the issue isn't that it's a barrier. It's not a barrier. It's a matter of, are we important enough as a color of people, women, a population, that you can invest your money where your mouth is? Black women have tremendous buying power in this country, in the world. And how are we gonna use that, us as advocates use that power or withhold it if we don't get equity as we deserve? And so again, the barriers are not barriers, it's just investing in our communities, make industry and partners and all the systems that are broken invest in us, and then address the trauma of why we don't trust, why we don't engage, why we don't why we are not at the table. So, I think, Ricky, what you're saying is you're true. You're so right. Black breast cancer is its own cancer, and the trial recruitment process is so important. But we can't forget why it happened, and we can't forget that you have to put your money where your mouth is, as partners and other industry partners. Yeah.
So definitely multi-layered as far as the challenges that we're talking about. But I definitely think that we should treat Black breast cancer as its own individual subtype in order to really develop focused, targeted solutions in order to address just all of those various social determinants of health that impact Black people differently than their white counterparts, to talk about really investing in the Black community, to create treatments that actually provide treatment for their specific breast cancer. We do find that Black women tend to be diagnosed younger. We become metastatic faster. Our tumors become aggressive sooner. So are there biological differences? We do not just need to recruit Black people for clinical trials, but also create the investment opportunities for Black bodies to be studied, and for us to really have a comprehensive strategy about, resource supports, the biological treatment aspects, where we're creating like this type of task forces as far as all the various aspects of making sure that Black people get the best optimal care possible, because Black lives matter. And we really need to, the same way that we're having this country conversation, we can start thinking about, not just trickle down treatment and care for Black people, but really thinking about how can we make sure that they're getting the best possible outcomes. So that's really important. Let's talk for a moment about the current situation in healthcare systems and the systemic change that is needed. Ricky, did you want to touch on that first?
Sure, and I want to continue the other conversation. So if you think about it, 20 or so years ago, the AIDS revolution happened, and it was the AIDS advocates that went after pharma and brought on a movement to get rid of AIDS. And so guess what? AIDS is no longer a fatal disease. People live with it every day. It's now a chronic illness. And so the science happened. And it was the advocacy group, though, and the advocates with the AIDS quilt and that movement that really got the movement started and made pharma react to it. And I don't see why we can't do the same thing. And I think
we absolutely can. I totally agree.
And I think all together as an alliance, we have to work together and collaboratively go after that work and make that happen. So I do think the time is now. So I think there have been a lot of systemic issues. Well, frankly, if you look at most pharma companies, who's managing the farm, right?
Yeah.
And that's with every corporation, right? So I think we're now getting more people on boards, more people at high levels, and really good work done at like Merck and Genentech. And I don't want to mention all the companies, but we are seeing some diversity in their managerial ranks. But that's what it's going to take, people in powerful positions within those companies to make the work happen, right? And so if we can encourage that in our work as well. But I think it's really getting people to focus and give them something to focus on.
Right.
And I use AIDS as an example, but it can be done. I mean, we can put people on the moon, and it's interesting that we can't cure cancer yet, but it's a huge industry, right? So
but we can try to control it. Like how we're doing with HIV, AIDS, and diabetes, and high blood pressure, all those areas.
Right, how do we make it a chronic illness? And so we have to do the work. We just have to do the work. And I think the three of us and our little army that we're forming, around us, we have to do that work and just push the envelope every day and fight like girls every day like we do, and keep bringing it up, keep bringing it to the table. And Mema's Inclusion Pledge was such a great platform to make this discussion happen and engage everybody in our little fight here, our big fight here, to really put it on the table and make people commit to making a difference. But we all just have to do that in everything that we do. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the science that changes the mortality numbers, as it did for AIDS and diabetes and high blood pressure. So
right, and we need innovation. I think from my personal perspective, I think the breakdown that I've seen, only being in this area in the past 2 years, is that healthcare systems tend to operate in silos. It's very, the burden is on the patient in order to understand and be knowledgeable about, all the available treatments and resources and things like that. I do think that clinical trials, the treatments, and even support resources really should be a comprehensive model. And that's what I try to do with the Chrysalis initiative, and what the symposium is based off of, meaning that it's all encompassing. It's not just one note, it's not just one aspect. And really we have to start making those investments and go to the community. We found that it's most successful, if you think about some of those models that have been really successful with addressing the disparities in their area, they're going to the community, they're doing those assessments and finding out specifically what their patients need in order to stay on that optimal continuum of care. Mema, can you talk about the Inclusion Pledge and why it was initiated, why it is so important, and also touch on some of the challenges that you see with the systemic change that's needed in our healthcare systems?
I think systems-wise, we have to ensure that every system that affects Black women has to change. They have to change. I mean, there's, you know, if you go to a Black community that's underserved, what do you see on the street corners? Liquor stores, barbershops, chicken stores. If you go to a white community or higher end community, you see a Whole Foods and farmers market. So, you know, it's like Black skincare products, hair care products, it's food, it's rural communities. It's, to your point, Jamil, we have to be able to be on the ground in those communities. So one of our commitments as an organization is helping people to understand it, helping pharma and industry to go into communities where people of color are dying the most, where they need to get support services and train them. For me, being a founder of Tiger Lily, it took me almost 13 years to get to be where I am today. And so that's 13 years of begging for funding, asking for support, asking to be at the table, showing up no matter what, and being asked constantly, why are you here? Oh, she's here again. And so, you know, I just made myself a presence that was not going to leave, you know. And so looking at disparities, we have to go to communities of color that are facing these disparities and that are rural and underserved, and invest in them, mentor them, give them funding to support them. You know, I was seeing people funding large organizations, but I had to beg for money at a fraction of what I was seeing other groups get. So if we want to see women of color grow on the ground, we have to invest in people they trust, in these smaller micro nonprofits. Investment meaning money, investment meaning mentorship, and meaning opportunity. I think that within the Inclusion Pledge, my goal is to ensure that every system, to my point earlier, that affects Black women has to change. Communications, clinical trial, engaging on the ground. We have to get advocacy groups, you know, more involved, more inclusive. Like now you're on the board of MetaViber. We got to see more Black faces at the table, at every table, for systems that are broken or that don't exist to be, you know, to change. So we're looking at targeting all these different systems and meeting with partners and saying, here's how you get involved and change it within your group to impact Black breast cancer overall. And so it's been really powerful. We've seen amazing change. And, you know, I never imagined being a young woman who's a first generation immigrant who came here alone at 15 years old, that I could help change, you know, global systems. And so the power in advocacy is, you know, for me, is paying that forward to other young women and saying, you have the power to use your voice, to be fearless, and to be, even when you're afraid, speak up, stand up, and show up and ask those who are the powers that be to recognize that you are a power to be, and you are a power in your own self, and using your voice for change. And I think through our work, we've educated Black women across the country through our cohort program, through our alliances. I love collaboration, and I see myself as being a firefighter. Whenever I see someone in trouble or having a need, I go and pull them out of the fire, and I say, you're at my table, how can I feed you, empower you, and lift you up? And so the symposium really is a way to bring us together in sisterhood, in collaboration, and looking at not just the problems, but how to fix the problems in a way that what I believe in is having these SMART goals, being specific, being measurable, and being tactical in reaching the solutions for Black women, and to end Black breast cancer for all.
And so the African American Symposium, we understand that this is a multi-layered problem. You know, like you mentioned, I'm also on the board of MetaViber, and we're really focused on studying, you know, Black breast cancer, and, you know, really empowering Black researchers in order to study these disparities and differences, and so that we can understand them. However, the African American Symposium with Living Beyond Breast Cancer is more so empowering the patient, providing them with that information, because they're newly diagnosed. We're really prioritizing newly diagnosed Black patients in order for them to understand, you know, what they don't know. I mean, this is a totally new frontier that they're going into. And I find working with so many Black people that are impacted by breast cancer that they always think back about how they potentially got off track, how they were susceptible to the disparities, what were those things that impacted their care, and they know so much more after the fact. So we're really trying to empower patients from the beginning in order for them to understand what they need to know going in, and based off of that comprehensive chrysalis model, where it's not just the medical care and breast cancer knowledge, but it's clinical trials, genetic testing, genomic testing, what support resources, how to navigate those financial situation, how to navigate through structuring their life, because this is now a new marathon that they're going to be on. It's not just, they'll be treated and done, but they'll be living with this for their entire lives. And being empowered with that information and education from the jump will ensure that they're not as vulnerable to disparities, and will be able to stay on that right track. Now, both of you are on the planning committee for the African American Symposium. How is the committee addressing the issues we've been talking about, and what do you believe Black women need in order to both understand their diagnosis and navigate their healthcare?
Ricky, you go first.
So,
I'm sorry, Ricky.
That's okay. So, Jamel, I also serve on the board of the Triple Negative Breast Cancer Foundation. And we have had a partnership with LBBC for, I think, about 5 or 6 years, for a long time. And actually, with triple negative, I had never been around another woman, and then definitely another Black woman with triple negative, until I attended the LBBC conference. And so we've had a partnership with the annual conference, and sort of had a triple negative track within the LBBC annual conference for several years now. And it's been an awesome education platform where we do see new patients coming in and meeting people for the first time, and to be within an environment where you see, oh my gosh, you have TNBC2 is a great thing. So I think I want to create that same kind of education opportunity and sisterhood with this conference, because it was so helpful to me as a patient, because I knew nothing. And unfortunately, a day does not go by, not one day, where I don't get a call. My mom just got diagnosed. My sister just got diagnosed. I just got diagnosed. What do I do? And so you really don't know what to do when you're first diagnosed. Right. None of us did, right? And so to have this platform to be able to educate, and most importantly, teach people to self-advocate and to stand up, because we know our body better than anybody else, and we know when something's not right. And so many young Black women are present to a doctor with a lump and get dismissed, or the treatment isn't working and they get dismissed. And so to be able to educate them and give them the voice that they need to have when they're sick and they're not feeling well and they don't really understand what's going on in their bodies, but to arm them with information is such a huge opportunity. I think it's going to be such a great forum.
So powerful.
So powerful. So excited about that.
Yes, and LBBC has also agreed to have this be an ongoing program, so we're not just one and done this year. Maima, did you have anything else? I'm sorry, Ricky, what were you saying?
So we need it every day. I mean, people get diagnosed every day with this disease. So it's just to have something where they can go and it's like, I want to be like the Wikipedia of Black breast cancer, if we can do that. You know what I mean? So people know, can click the box and know what to do.
Exactly. Maima, did you have anything else to add about the symposium and what Black women?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled to be a part of this. And, when as an organization, we've asked our Black patients and advocates, what do they want to see? And they've always said consistently, they want to see for us and by us Black programming. And, when you buy a new pair of shoes or want to buy something new, or when you want to get a doctor referral, who do you talk to first? Your girlfriends. Right. And so this is providing a culturally competent forum that's created for us, by us, which is, I think, very powerful to build trust, to build allyship, and to bridge the gaps in disparities. But also, I've heard Black women say that when they met me or another Black person, you're the first Black person I met who had breast cancer, or who had TNBC, or who may have been metastatic. And it's a lonely road we travel. We're warriors on social media. We do a lot of good work, but when you're alone in your room and you think about who can I trust, it's a very lonely space sometimes for people. Also, as Black women facing disparities, we got to start being self-advocates, and we be powerful and be consistent and persistent. And having your sisters around you is one of the most empowering things that you can have for yourself. It lets you know you're not alone. And as I've met other Black leaders in this space, I'm like, oh my God, I have another badass with me, right? So it just makes you better together. And so I think this is going to be a powerful forum for self-advocacy, for education, and also to realize, even if you're early stage, you can't ever stop being vigilant about your breast health. Yeah. You have to be involved, know the facts. Because I have patients who we help now who are METS patients, and they literally all say, I wish I knew this then. And so how do we know that now versus later on? And so I think this is going to be a really powerful 360 platform to educate, advocate for, empower, support, and collaborate with Black women and to change our outcomes. So I'm looking forward to being a part of it.
I'm so excited.
No,
Ricky.
Unfortunately, Black women get recurrences at a 39% rate.
Yeah.
And so the Breasty Club is not one you want to be in, but maybe once you're in it, with the Breasty Love is like intense, and we all love each other. And so I'm looking forward to that sisterhood, that camaraderie, and the love that we're going to spread because, it's unconditional and it's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, Ricky, can you share with us briefly what you seek to accomplish with your new organization, Touch?
Sure. If I could eradicate Black breast cancer today, sign me up. That's what I'm about. So I really just want to put the platform out and to really put resources behind eradicating Black breast cancer, understanding the science, understanding our physiology, and getting the right drugs to change the numbers on mortality. So whatever goes into that, it's everything. I mean, we all talk about early detection and self-advocacy and research, but it's really how do we change the numbers? How do we make that number go away? And how do we make it either a chronic illness or get rid of it? I have 2 precious grandbabies that are 1 and 3. I don't want them to speak the words breast cancer in their lifetime. Actually, I try to get Belle on video saying no more breast cancer, but so it's all about all the things that sort of go into that, but driving pharma and our wonderful breast cancer ecosystem to focus energy and passion and learning and knowledge around Black breast cancer.
Awesome. Maima, any last words you would like to share before we end?
I'm really excited. Tiger Lily, we spent 14 years in doing this work, working to end disparities of age, stage, and color. And to Ricky's point, Black breast cancer is its own disease. I think for me, the beauty in this work has been that what I've learned in 14 years, I can give to somebody else who's a sister of mine in one conference in 14 months. And so, whenever I learn something, I want to make it better for the next generation of advocates to learn from me. And so, it took us a while to get here, but now we're here. How do we harness our power to make it better for the next gen of Black women to collaborate with us, to innovate with us, and to end Black breast cancer once and for all? Also, the feeling of not being alone is really powerful.
Yeah.
The sisterhood I've seen, to Ricky's point earlier, COVID's really exacerbated and put at the table what's been happening for years. And now we're building solutions that are going to be, to your point with Jamil, long-lasting, repetitive, growing. And so that excites me. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you all for doing this. Thank you, Kathy and Jean and Jamil and Ricky, everybody. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait to see you guys there.
Thank you guys for agreeing to be community partners and helping us with this endeavor. Ricky, were you about to say something?
Just I love you so much, both of you.
I love you guys too. But Maima and Ricky, thank you for having this important discussion with me today and for being great advocates and partners with the African American Symposium. The symposium workshops will be thematically connected and designed for African Americans with early stage and metastatic breast cancer. For more information about the symposium, please go to lbbc.org. Also remember, LBBC has a helpline at lbbc.org where you can be matched with someone who has a similar diagnosis. And please check out our closed Facebook groups for support, breast cancer support, all ages, all stages, and breast cancer support for young women. Thank you for being here. And remember, we will get through this together. Stay safe, and we will talk with you again soon.
Breasty love.
Thank you.
State of emergency. What you want me to do? I'm sorry. I'm back. Let's go get him, Judge. Hey, 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 hey. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, bird lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, 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 and wave. Get a drum or some. I already gave the summer some. It's the winner's turn. Hobie Ho is the coldest. I just get better with time. I'm like Opus. One.
AWC Community Center, the fall edition. I'm DJ KB. Truly appreciate you guys having me today. Going to have a lot of fun, man. Just going to do a quick set for everybody, man. Shout out to the Grind Hall DJs, all the great DJs here in Pittsburgh. I truly appreciate you guys. Let's get into it.
This is state of emergency. What you want me to do? I'm sorry. I'm back.
Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair?
Let's go get him, Judge. Hey, 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 hey. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, bird lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, 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 and wave. Get a drummer some. I already gave the summer some. It's the winter's turn. Hobie Ho is the coldest. I just get better with time. I'm like Opus. One, young, no to it like a snowflake. Okay, show me what you got, babe. Words are slurring, engine purring. Mommy front, but I'm so determined. Shots up a drone, now she in the zone. 2-3, mommy in the zone like the homie 2-3. Jordan and chain, make no difference, we all ballin' the same. I am the Mike Jordan of recording. You might wanna fall back from recording. But you right, it's not important, so it forced him to go for the hype. For being brave, they may applaud him. But misery, I will assure them. Baby, just ignore them. Truth or dare, mommy, listen and learn. I got a drop, I just took up the top. It's your turn. Hey, 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 hey. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, pretty lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, and wave, and wave, and wave. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, pretty lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, wave, and wave, and wave. H-O-V-A, gold bottles of that Ace of Spades. Why you fool with these other guys? They all stingy. All these dudes know how to say is give me some brain. Give me your number, give me your name. But if I get one night, baby girl, I swear I'll make you tell these other dudes, give me gotcha here. I take you shopping, take long trips, I take the cork off. You can take sips, I take you there. Take my time, take your clothes off, and take off mine. Show me what you got. Hobie in the spot, I told you I was hot. Tell these other dudes it's a rap. Got the throne, you clone, the king's back. Y'all got less than 2 months to get y'all thing together. Good luck. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, pretty lady. Show me what you got, shawty. Show me what you got, baby. Hands up and wave, and wave, and wave, and wave. Show me what, 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 show me what.
I said you already know you don't got a flow. Before rap, you don't really got dough. Before rap, you don't really see snow. In the kitchen about to make some magic, then blow it all in magic. Pull up in my partner in traffic, gave it to him, it was all in plastic. All I know, I ain't trying to go to jail. Heard that closest thing to hell. When the step don't make it hard to sell. When you been where I been, make it hard to fail. Cause I'm the realest in this. Y'all know it goes to hit magic in that 645. Now they say just a stand new but everybody back, cause that nigga can't drive. Doors open up, I merged with 10 chains. Even back then, it was calling me 10 chains. Ask me what I spend, I tell them it's no thing. If I had it added up, it'd cost me like 10 things. We used to take a little show money, just flow money. If it's on the flow, it's the flow money. If you roll it out the butt, when you got it from the then that's why they call it blow money. Y'all know it, kept it 100 to the day I came through. My hit me up, say he going out of town, so I threw it 50,000, told him bring me back too. Not only had my fingers crossed, I prayed, called a little piece up, got laid. Then he walked in, threw them both on the table, said, young, get paid. Then I whipped the Benzo on the Renzo. Stay down, I'm talking 10 toes. See me in this big pretty motherfucker, bet I leave the parking lot with about 10. I see it all, stacked 7 feet tall, swear it look white like a wall. What you know about that?
Cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you. Cause I'm in love with you. Yeah, are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. My guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you. Cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you. Cause I'm in love with you.
Still on this record. Who taught you, please? I'm gonna play this. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Hey, y'all get some more drinks going on. I sound a whole lot better. To such extent that you bleach to get like the white man. Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your
See, you got ritualistic, cleansing my soul of addiction for now, cause I'm falling apart. Yeah, tension between us just like picket fences. You got issues that I won't mention for now, cause we're falling apart. Passionate from miles away, passive with the things you say, passing up on my always. I can't blame you, no. Passionate from miles away, passive with the things you say, passing up on my always. I can't blame you, no.
Let's get now into another on the ground spiritual game. Just go to help me the answer. I go to say Ayakata. Oh yeah. Ó fẹ́ ṣe lù. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe gbọ́. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe lù. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe gbọ́. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe gbẹ̀n. Ayakata. 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 Ayakoto. Ayakata. Ayakiti. Ayakata. Ayakutu. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe lù. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe gbọ́. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe lù. Ayakata. Ó fẹ́ ṣe gbọ́. Ayakata. Basket mouth won't start to leak again. Oh. Basket mouth won't open mouth again. Oh. I bet you don't forget to say I sing you. Basket mouth won't open mouth again.
for the people. This is street radio for unsung hero. Riding in the Rego, trying to stay legal. My daughter found Nemo, I found a new primo. Yeah, you know how we do it for the people and the struggle of the brothers and the folks, the lovers of the dope. Experiment to discover hope, scuffle for notes. The rougher I wrote, times was harder. Went from rock starter to the voice of a martyr. Why white folk focus on dogs and yoga? My people on the low end trying to ball and get over. Lyrics are like liquor for the fallen soldier. From the bounce to the house, it's all our culture. Every day we hustling, trying to get them customers. While we ain't trusting them, thick bras we lusting them. Sick and tired of punching it. I look on the bus at them. When I see them struggling, I think I'm touching them. The people.
About the people. About the people. Just about the people. 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 About the people.
Here we go again. Trayvon'll never get to be an older man. Black children, they childhood stole from them. Robbed of our names and our language. Stole again. Who stole the soul from black folk? Same man that stole the lamp for cheap black smoke and made the whip crackle on our back slow. Made us go through the back door and raffle black bodies on the slave blocks. Now we slaves to the blocks, on them we spray shots. Leaving our own to lay in a box. Black mother's stomach stay in a knot. We kill each other, it's part of the plot. I wish the hating would stop. War! And a battle with us. I know that black lives matter and they matter to us. These are the things we gotta discuss. The new plantation, mass incarceration. Instead of educate, they rather convict the kids. As dirty as the water inflict the system is. Is it a felony or a misdemeanor? Maria Sharapova making more than Serena. We took Viola Davis to say this. The roads of the help and the gangsters is really all they gave us. We need Avas, Ta-Nehisi's, and Cory Bookers. The salt of the earth to get us off of sugar and greasy foods. I don't believe the news or radio stereotypes. We refuse. Brainwashed in the cycle to spin. We write our own story, Black America again.
You know, one way that would be solving a lot of problems that we got.
Who taught you to hate yourself?
Who taught you to hate yourself? On that damn point. And a man can't get himself together until he knows.
Who taught you to hate
Yo,
yourself?
thank you for having me, DJ KB. Truly appreciate the AWC community. Hope you guys had a great day. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Gina Range. I am Vice President of Institutional Advancement for the August Wilson African American Cultural Center. Thank you for joining us for another virtual AWC Community Day. We hope you had a lot of fun and that you learned some information that you will find useful along the way. Please join me in thanking our sponsors, UPMC and UPMC Health Plan, for making today's program possible. We look forward to the next one in December. We hope you'll join us then. In the meantime, if you'd like to support the center, you can do so at our website at aacc-awc.org/support. All donations are greatly appreciated, and the donations you make allow us to continue to bring programming such as today's Community Day to you. Until we meet again, please stay safe and take care. Thank you.